Good evening, and welcome to this, the January 27th meeting of the Livermore City Council. I now call the meeting to order. Let the roll call show that all of the members of the council are present and accounted for. I ask that you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Mr. City Attorney, was there any reportable action taken during the closed session?
Mr. Mayor, no, there was not.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Moving on to proclamations and presentations. This is one of the fun ones. Going to proclaim the month of February as the Science and Engineering Month. I believe we have STEM coordinator Regina Brinker here. So, there you are. And we have Assistant Principal Jeremy Vilkins, Junction Avenue K-8 School. So with that, and I believe Dr. Kevin Greer was going to be here. Is he here?
He is not able to attend.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
With that, so we have, whereas during Science and Engineering Month, we recognize Livermore's exemplary science and engineering programs, increase awareness of these programs among residents, and encourage additional programs focused on science and engineering. And whereas the Livermore Valley Joint Unified School District provides science and engineering education to over 13,800 students in grades TK through 12. And whereas the Livermore Public Library hosts hands-on science and engineering programs such as the Create Lab and STEM classes for kids that lends out materials to promote science and engineering learning, including microscopes, telescopes, and programmable robots via the Library of Things. And whereas scientists and engineers reflect the characteristics that make our city great: vision, creativity, responsibility, innovation, dedication, and hard work. And whereas the Livermore Valley Joint Unified School District and the City of Livermore, among others, have partnered to promote the many science, engineering, and technology programs, activities, and events in Livermore, including Science on Saturdays, Expanding Your Horizons, and Science Odyssey, Dream Makers and Risk Takers, among many others. And whereas Science and Engineering Month is a time to celebrate our successes and to thank Livermore's science, engineering, and technology education community for their contributions and commitment to our youth, our community, and our economy. Now, therefore, the City Council proclaims February 2020 as Science and Engineering Month in Livermore and encourages residents to learn more about and participate in science, engineering, and technology programs available in Livermore.
Mr. Mayor, council members, and guests, on behalf of the Livermore Valley Joint Unified School District, I'd like to thank you for recognizing for the fourth year Science and Engineering Month in the month of February. And we'd like to invite you and the community to attend Science Odyssey as we celebrate 20 years of science fair on Thursday, February 13th at Junction Avenue K-8 School from 5 to 7 o'clock p.m. And you'll see both me and Mr. Vilkins there. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Moving on to, we have a Library Board of Trustees annual presentation. I believe we have Mr. Art Ponto here.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. As you just indicated, I'm here to present the annual library update. I'm the chair of the Library Board of Trustees, and representing the board of 5 members, myself, David Stubing, the vice chair, Matthew Berry, Jennifer Estridge, and Wendy Graber. And this is another good news story for you this evening as well. We work primarily with Tamara LeBeau, the director of library services, and we end up over the course of a year getting to know a lot of the librarians that work for the city. Our purpose is as an advisory group that recommends policy to the City Council, and the board helps set goals and objectives for the library services program. So I'm going to pause for a second and hold up this Livermore newsletter. And I think maybe everybody gets this in the mail. I got mine within the last week or so. And on the second page of this is the City Council goals and priorities. Our board helps to connect the City Council's goals and priorities with the operations of the Livermore Public Library, so it serves the city. The City Council's 5 that are mentioned here are asset management, downtown, emergency management and public safety, encourage an innovation-driven economy, and homelessness and affordable housing. The library can impact every single one of those, and it's our job to help make that happen. So the board works with Tamara and the library staff throughout the year. Some of the things we did this year that are, I think are particularly interesting are that we've expanded the Rincon branch hours. We've established a Student One card. Every middle school and high school student ID is now a library card as well. We've eliminated overdue fines, and we've established a new 5-year strategic plan to set the course for the library. In the next few minutes, I'll talk a little bit more about this past year's highlights and your library's new strategic objectives that we have going forward. So in the context of last year's objectives, or the objectives we've had for a few years, the first objective was to serve a wider range of Livermore residents. We now have over 69,000 registered library card holders. That's up 12%. A lot of that is because of the new Student One cards, but that's over 75% of Livermore residents have a current library card. So, and as I just mentioned, all of the Livermore Valley Joint Unified School District high school and middle school students, their IDs that they already have can serve as a public library card. There's 7,500 of them that now have that service that didn't have it a little while back. And we've eliminated overdue fines. Just bring it back is the catchphrase. So thanks to the City Council for approving that a little while back, and that's now been implemented. Overall, there were 400,000 visits to the public library here in Livermore last year. That's well over 1,000 per day. It's a very successful feature of Livermore. Second objective was to offer a vibrant and current collection of books and other materials. Those people that are coming to the library have made 900,000 uses of the collection. That's up 5.6%, and especially electronic collection is up 34% over the previous year. And last year, I said there were other big numbers, so we're very much growing that electronic collection. 2 new features of our electronic collection include 2 digital library assets. One is a Canopy digital streaming service that brings 30,000 new films, classics, documentaries, award-winning films that anybody with a library card can access with internet access. And tutor.com is another feature where live online tutoring can be provided to library folks. So we want to thank the Friends of the Livermore Public Library for funding the initial use of this. These services are free to the public. And thanks again to the City Council for the 2018 investment of the upgraded Wi-Fi that enables this sort of thing to happen right in the library for folks. The third objective for last year was to improve programs and services to Rincon and Springtown neighborhoods. The Rincon library hours have been extended so that it's now open every afternoon during the week. So that's it's only an extra 8 hours, 2 to 6 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. But it's made a huge difference. The stats have doubled just in the last few months. The Rincon Homework Hangout is, as Tamara said the other night, going gangbusters. And again, thanks to the city manager and the executive team for the city that enabled this transition so that we can provide much welcome support for students and others in the Rincon area every weekday afternoon. And there's a refresh of the Springtown facility that's in the works now as well. So let me show you the back of the same thing. If you go to the back page, there's more information about the library here, and some of the things I just talked about. You can get some more information, and of course, there's a huge amount of information at the library itself. So finally, I'd like to talk a little bit about the strategic planning that's been going underway. We start from a good place. The city can be very proud of its library facilities. I said this last year, I'm saying it again, it's true. We have a talented, motivated director and staff, and there's also a healthy Friends of the Livermore Library that provides a little extra dollars and support where it's needed. So this year, the library staff has conducted a thoughtful, effective, and inclusive of many of the members of the staff multi-month planning process with extensive community outreach, surveys, and talking to people both in the library and at other community events, and interviewing key stakeholders from around the community. And they've also, of course, worked with the library board, and we've touched base over the course of this year. And the final product is a Livermore Public Library Strategic Services Plan for the next 5 years. And I'd just like to introduce you to the 3 top objectives going forward, and there are action plans that are going to be developed in the coming days to put into reality. This isn't just going to go on a shelf in the library somewhere. It's going to be used to help folks decide what's most important for the library to be doing. So the first objective, and it's on page 14 of this thing right here, but I've got it written down here for me too. The Livermore Public Library will promote literacy in all its forms to help people fulfill their life goals and be more active and engaged community members. Second, the Livermore Public Library will affirm equality and inclusion by reflecting the diverse local community in staffing, materials, and services offered. And third, the Livermore Public Library will enable all community members to participate in and benefit from library services by increasing their awareness and accessibility to these resources. So we invite you, the council, and additional community input on these real-world action plans to put these objectives into effect. And we hold public meetings of our board. Capture any of us whenever you can to offer suggestions and comments. Finally, I'd just like to add one more word from our sponsor here, and that's that the 14th annual Livermore Reads Together is starting on Saturday. And the book that's been selected for this year is called Sourdough, or Lois and Her Adventures in the Underground Market. It's a novel by Robin Sloan. There are 10 different events during the month of February, starting from this coming Saturday afternoon, an afternoon with the author, through February 29th. The topic is something called cobotics. It's when people and robots collaborate. It's presented by the Del Arroyo 4-H Club. So there's a bit of science, technology, STEM, a lot of culture, a lot of life in this novel. I have my copy of the novel right here and on my iPad. Started reading it this afternoon. It looks really interesting. So I encourage you to check it out and take an opportunity to participate in some of the things going on in the next month. And with that, I'll thank you for your attention and welcome you all to come by the library and enjoy the services that are there for you.
Very good. Any questions for Mr. Ponto? Okay, comment?
I'll always take the chance to comment on libraries.
Thank you.
So I was very excited to see the canopy. I'm just glad that we're increasing our digital presence, particularly when we're talking about digital divides growing, this is a way, all of what is going on within Livermore is a way, within the Livermore Library is a way to combat that. I really appreciate that, and I'm encouraged to see that is, as you go forward. I loved the goals for the future. And there was something else I was going to say. Oh, I know, about sourdough. If anybody wants sourdough, I'm happy to share. I got mine from a friend. And the second thing is, just because it's between friends, my daughter runs Del Arroyo.
All right. Yeah, it looks like there'll be a lot of neat things, food-related stuff, and the protagonist in this book, Lois, is a tech worker, and there's a lot of that gets caught up in this.
Cobotics is incredibly cool.
All right.
And Sunday, you had a wonderful program with Tina Jones-Williams. She's a local author, quite highly regarded, talking about her experiences growing up in South Berkeley. Fascinating program. That was very, very good. Right. And of course, as you know, I have a long history with the library. I put myself through college by being the Hayward Library thug. If people didn't return their books, I went out and got them. It was because we collected fines in those days, so it was actually it was somewhat worthwhile. But yeah, somebody that checked out hundreds of dollars worth of books, it was worth it to have somebody go out and get them. So that put me through college, but we also had a Carnegie Library in Hayward, so I have a long-standing history of affection for the libraries.
Well, we're still very interested in getting the materials back. That hasn't changed.
No, but that's a great idea that because people don't bring them back because they're afraid of the fines, so it's a good call.
All right.
Research shows. Great, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, and so moving on, we have the reappointment of Richard Finn as our city historian for a regular 2-year term ending February 1st, 2020. Do I have a motion? Moved by Councilmember Monroe, seconded by Councilmember Coomber. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Mr. Finn, are you here? Would you care to say a few words? We certainly appreciate you conserving yesterday, today for tomorrow, and impressing upon the young folks. I see you downtown with the school kids. That's a wonderful effort, wonderful program.
Well, thank you, Mayor and council folks. That I really enjoy this job. I really like it, and I want to invite all of you and all the members in our town to join us on our history walks. We're going to expand those. You know, we do all the third grade students, but we're going to do a lot more adult walks. And in fact, we're doing one with LARPD on February 4th, but it's full, and the waiting list is full. So it shows the interest then that people have. And we gave a talk at the Livermore Library a couple weeks ago, and we had to move from the community room to the bigger room at the other end of the library, and even there were people standing around the outside, and I understand some people even left because they couldn't find a place to stand or sit. And so anyway, tremendous amount of interest in the historic aspects of our town, and we thank the council for supporting that.
Well, the train depot just won an award. Are you familiar with that?
Yes,
you want to elaborate a bit?
Yeah. The state of California gave out, I think it was 4 or 5 awards to cities, projects in cities in California. And our train depot right here in Livermore then was one of the recipients. So that was quite a very high honor. Okay,
and the fact that it's been restored back to its historic context.
Yes.
And it is once again a train station. I think that figured quite heavily in the decision that it is now once a train station once again.
Yes.
Well, great. Well, thank you for your efforts, and thanks for keeping history alive here in Livermore. We just celebrated our 150th anniversary of our founding, and the 100th anniversary of the Stockman's Association, and this is coming up on the 102nd anniversary of the world's fastest rodeo.
Yes.
Great. Well, excellent. Well, thank you, Mr. Finn.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, now we come to the confirmation of advisory body appointments for the Community Asset Management Program. This is an extremely important committee that we have because the City of Livermore has $2.5 billion with a B, dollars in assets. And we have to make sure that we can communicate with the public the need to have a fund sufficiently funded to replace those assets when those assets come to the end of their normal life expectancy. So we did a lot of interviews, and there are a lot of really amazingly talented people that are willing to step up and serve this community. So it was not an easy decision to make. But we did choose these members, and I'd like to ask them to step up to be appointed to the Community Asset Management Program Committee to a term ending in December 31st, 2021. So we have Dorana Allen, Dawn Argula, Gina Bonanno, Stephen Dunbar, I believe Mark Palajak could not be here, Steve Stamos, Marco Torres, Nicole Williams Pruitt, and Jennifer Yeamans. Are they here? Come on down. And thank you so much for volunteering to commit the most valuable thing you have, and that's your time. You can actually step out into the inner sanctum here, and our acting city clerk, Marie Weber, will issue the oath of office. This way, if you turn this way, you'll be on camera. There we go. So thank you very much for volunteering to put up your time to serve this community. It's one of the reasons that this is the amazing community that it is. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to the Citizens Forum. These are items that are not on the agenda. The City Council can neither deliberate nor take action.
Honorable Mayor,
Oh,
just before we get to that one, we just wanted to confirm that you needed a motion on that last item.
oh, didn't we do that? Oh, that was the other one. Okay,
was the other
so with that, thank you very much. Do I have a motion to moved by Vice Mayor Werner? Second? Seconded by Councilmember Carling. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Good thing. It passed unanimously. It's too late now. Thank you very much. All right. Okay, now moving on to the Citizens Forum. Good thing I got these people that keep everything on track. Citizens Forum, these are items that are not on the agenda. The City Council can neither deliberate nor take action. I ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And with that, we have Greg Scott, Jacob Vitale, Carrie Oldis with Spectrum Communities. Mr. Scott.
I am Greg Scott. Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground. Into the blue again after the money's gone. Once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. From the song Once in a Lifetime by the Talking Heads. Quote, shallow understanding from people of goodwill is more frustrating than absolute misunderstanding from people of ill will. Unquote. From Martin Luther King Jr.'s letter from a Birmingham jail. On the evening of last Tuesday, January 21st, I helped a homeless woman get to a bus stop. We each managed a heavy, oversized suitcase to the bus stop and onto the bus. She paid the daily fare and was on her way. On her way to where? Where was she going to sleep? Where was she going to have a bathroom in the night? The woman has behavior and psychological issues. Ah, yes, there's always the subjective of the assessor of the assessed. She could not stay at the Livermore Homeless Refuge warming shelter because of her drama. The warming shelter is a triage situation. It has to be managed for the greatest good of the majority. There is no point in calling 211. 211 is useless. I understand that the city of Livermore contributes $15,000 out of the general fund to 211. Stop doing this. It is a waste of money. Then there's Abode Services. What does Abode Services do? Walk around Vineyard Church on Monday mornings with smiling faces and hands in pockets and tell the homeless they can't get them housing in Livermore? Useless. This past winter, Tri-Valley Haven with 16 beds did not fill 8 of them. Not Tri-Valley Haven's fault, because Tri-Valley Haven has to rely on the coordinated service provider, Abode Services, or 211 to get homeless for the beds. Abode Services and 211 could not get homeless to fill the beds. I attended the last Human Services Commission meeting, and staff said there was a communication problem. A communication problem? I have a communication problem for you all. Give up your roofs, give up your beds, and give up your private bathrooms for the night, and let's talk about a communication problem. I personally do not understand how a homeless woman survives or manages. I cannot fathom the vulnerabilities of a homeless woman. Where do we expect the homeless to go? What do we expect the desperate unsheltered to do? The best overall solution to homelessness is a commons with a clear vision, a commons on a bus line for transportation, a commons that is fenced for security, a commons that is staffed by 2 persons at all times, a common that has potable water and porta potties, a commons that is maintained and has trash logistics, hopefully with the help of the homeless, a commons that has safe, secure storage for personal items. And somewhere in this, we're going to have to deal with the devastation of putting mentally ill on the streets by the Lanterman-Petrus Short Act, signed into law by Governor Reagan in 1967. Here's my book to go with that novel, aforementioned novel, The Making of a Democratic Economy, Building Prosperity for the Many and Not Just the Few. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Jacob Vitale, Carrie Oldis, Miles Anderer.
My speech is going to sound downright petty right after that, so let's go. Jake Vitale, running for House of Representatives 2022 Independent, District 15, helping people, not parties. I went into politics because of the many disgusting failures of our community and government that caused the deaths and suicides of my friends and the countless others, and yet here I am, having been asked to speak on the theft of signs. So let's talk. My Yes on Peace sign was stolen. It ironically replaced the No on Peace sign that was stolen mere hours before mine was installed. This is happening all over town, and it's childish on both sides. How can we be so broken as a community that we think any of this is okay? Lying, stealing, and underhanded tactics from both parties, acting like this development or lack thereof is the end of the world. Y'all are ready to destroy everything we've worked for over these twisted ideas of legacy and the placement of a small hotel. One of the best mayors we've had, and a woman who's done much more good that's never talked about in this town, both burning reputations over this development. We've turned into 2 childish groups, pitting it out like the rebels in Empire from Star Wars, and both think they're the former. We all know the central plan isn't the real plan, and we also know there's stucco on both sides of the bankhead, so why lie? This proposition will be voted on my birthday, March 3rd, and will change this town for years to come. I'd appreciate it if we could all be adults and, if not be honest, at least be decent human beings. Let's start treating this with proper civil discourse. You're all good people, So stop thinking the ends justify the means. And it'd be nice if development finishes before my son is growing up and arguing the same thing.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Carrie Oldis, Miles Anderer, Bishop Ishak, and Jack Harwood.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Olds, and I am the Tri-Valley Supervisor for the Meals on Wheels program from Spectrum Community Services. We currently serve approximately 200 seniors between the three cities of Dublin, Pleasanton, and Livermore. Today, I'm here to invite our City Council and the Mayor and all those that are sitting here and working for our community to come out for March for Meals. It's the third week of March. Come out and take a ride with us, see what it is that we do, see the seniors that we're serving. For the rest of the community, I ask that if you have time to volunteer, to please get in touch with me. My phone number is 483-1989, or my email at coldes@spectrumcs.org. We do have a great fundraiser coming in May. We are doing another throwdown at the A's game. So if you're an A's fan, please watch for the information on that. We will have that event on May the 8th. It's a ball game, tailgate, and a throwdown. If you have not seen our throwdown, definitely ask the mayor for his opinion on that. He's been there. It's a fun event. And this year we have the honor of moving our Tri-Valley event from the park in Pleasanton to Concannon. So Concannon will be hosting us on October the 10th. The details will come out as it gets closer to the event, but if you want some wine and you want to support Meals on Wheels and you want to make sure our seniors are getting that hot meal, please come out and support us. And one side note, we always talk about the meal. It's not just the meal, it's going and doing that safety check. Today I was actually driving around waiting before I came here after I got off my work, driving across where the Subaru dealership is, going from the Subaru to Target. And there's a gentleman walking, pulling a suitcase. And I look and I think, I know that man. I serve him Meals on Wheels. And I turned around because he was going to walk from there where the Subaru is across the freeway at 5 o'clock to Bluebell, because they've discontinued the bus route in front of the Bluebell Apartments where our seniors are. I turned around and I picked him up. And at first he says, but how do you know who I am? I said, I know who you are, Johnny. And he says, okay. He goes, but I live way over there. I said, that's fine. I know where you live and I will take you home. And I then turned him on to senior services and asked that he call them and see if he could get onto the ride program. But there are seniors that are trying to figure out how to navigate the lack of funds, the lack of transportation, the lack of food. And we continue to do what we can, but we continue to ask the rest of the city to help us too. Anyways, if you want to volunteer, please give me a call at 483-1989. Thank you.
And what day is the event at Concannon?
The Concannon event will be October the 10th.
October 10th.
Uh-huh. And the A's game is May the 8th. Both of those events, if you're interested in them, once the tickets are in hand, you can get in touch with me. I'm usually here at least once a month. Otherwise, reach out to me at that phone number, 483-1989, and I'll be happy to get them for you.
Great.
Thank
you very much. Keep up the great work that you do for the community. Miles Anderer, Bishop Ishak, and Jack Harwood. Miles.
So, I'm here to talk about something that could help people and keep security up and running. I propose an idea for having drones that basically fly above the streets, basically air police that have cameras that can help view the streets and make sure there's no criminal activity. For example, let's say there's a bank and there's a robbery and the police aren't able to get to it soon enough. They could track them and find out where they go to and then eventually get there and then arrest them. Basically, it's basically a tracking device that flies in the air following them.
Great. Thank you very much, Miles. Appreciate it. Bishop Ishak and Jack Harwood, and Doris Ryan.
Hi, Hi, my name is Bishoy Shak, and I'm here to talk about like some important things that I think you need to like work on. I think in Mendenhall Middle School, like the part where the cars like go outside and the kids cross the street to get to the school, there's like this big bush blocking the way, so the cars that are coming out of like the parking lot can't see the kids that are walking. So I think you should either like cut the bush, or maybe you can like put someone there to stop and like gather all the kids and then stop the cars and let them all pass. And also, since Mendenhall built the fence, there's no sidewalk in the parking lot area for kids to walk on to get to school. And I also want to talk about in schools in Livermore, I think you should put add more hours to school and like give us like a short recess, and then we do more school, and then we can have Friday off. Thank you.
All right. And Mr. Jack Harwood.
I think that my school, Sunset Elementary, should have vending machines. Because sometimes I need a snack, but I don't have my lunchbox with me. So I think we should have vending machines there so kids can get snacks like when they want them.
All right. Well, very good. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. We have Doris Ryan, Asa Strout, and Lanning Thompson.
Okay, my name is Doris Ryan, as many of you know. And last Saturday, I had the privilege of helping prune roses that belong to the city of Livermore. That is everyone who lives in the city of Livermore. And I did that as a member of the Livermore Amador Valley Garden Club. And we all had a good time. We all worked hard, along with a city employee who is energetic and helpful also. But I'd like to point out that events like that bring people together. In the city of Livermore, in this valley, we are all privileged to live in. And I think the more face-to-face activities we can have like that, the better off we'll all be. And if that sounds like a plug for a city park where we could all walk back and forth, perhaps with a dog, perhaps not with a dog, but meet our friends, so be it. I think that would be a good thing for us all. And in fact, so do professionals who have looked into that. Face-to-face contact really is important. And I think that's what communities are about. They're certainly much more than physical boundaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Asa Strout and Lanning Thompson.
Hi, Asa Strout, longtime LIP resident. I'm just here to talk quickly kind of on what Jake had touched on earlier, where we have a degree of political discourse happening in Livermore that's resulting in some yes on Measure P signs disappearing. Now, I do want to say thank you to city staff for picking up those that the volunteers may have put in areas where they shouldn't have, so I really appreciate that. We can reuse those. But some of them have been picked up by individuals that aren't related to the campaign or city staff. There's reports of an individual on a bike just going down a street and picking them all up. And there's multiple photographic evidence of the actual signs being destroyed by a box cutter or some sort of blade, because they're not easy signs to cut. So I'm just here to say that regardless of where your political stances are, that the political process in the United States and in Livermore is better than what is happening in Livermore today. And everybody, regardless of if you're yes or if you're no, needs to step up their game and respect the other individual's process and right to practice their free speech. We can question free speech, we can question ideas, we can question beliefs, but to destroy other people's property and to steal and vandalize other people's property is a completely separate realm of political discourse that is significantly below that of the Livermore residences. And so for those who may have actively participated, who may hear this, we hope that you stop that behavior as of today. The Measure P campaign that I'm associated with has instructed our volunteers and everyone to not engage in that behavior, because we do believe that we are above that, and so we are working to make sure that the no on P signs that are out there are untouched, and we'll let city staff take care of those if they're in the wrong place, but it's not our responsibility to manage that for them. So I just want to get that out there because it is very disheartening as a resident who was born here to see that happen. I think it's one of the few times that I can, it's probably the only time that I can remember that it's happened in my adult life. So I don't know if some of the individuals may have seen it before I was born, but besides that, we can do better, and we can and should and will do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strout. And finally, Lanning Thompson.
Good evening. I'm Lanning Thompson, and following on Greg Scott, tonight I'm here to talk about two things I care deeply about: affordable housing and emergency shelter for the homeless. The two subjects are related, but they differ in several key ways. Many people think that housing first is the answer to the increasing problem of homelessness, believing we should just get an affordable roof over the head of that person who's been homeless or living in a car for several years, and then start worrying about other things the individual might need, such as a stable source of food, a job, and treatment for drugs, physical or mental health problems. While the housing first concept might work in some other parts of the country, in our area, we don't have enough affordable housing to even accommodate low-income people who are at risk of becoming homeless. And apartments can't be built fast enough to keep up with the number of people who are losing their shelter and becoming homeless right now. What we need here is a sanctioned commons for the homeless that would provide temporary emergency shelters with nearby bathroom facilities, as well as an enclosed space, maybe a trailer, that could provide refuge from bad weather and offices for social workers. The City Council in Berkeley is considering such a thing right now, and I'm sure you're all going to roll your eyes and go, well, Berkeley. And it's wonderful that we are proceeding with Vineyard 2.0, but to serve the homeless, but that facility won't open for many months, and then it will only provide 24 to 26 apartments for homeless people and overnight refuge for some others on cold, rainy winter nights. However, a commons, although desperately needed right now, will not remove the ultimate need for more affordable housing. We have to keep focused on that too, because we need to build housing in order to keep pace with the families who are currently at risk of becoming homeless. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. I will tell you that I'll close the Citizens Forum period. This is something that we spoke a great deal about at the U.S. Conference of Mayors last week in Washington, D.C. Every single mayor across the nation is grappling with homelessness. This has finally reached the notice of the governor. The governor has committed $750 million for homeless interdict homelessness. That with 150,000 homeless in California, that's about $5,000 per homeless individual. In the Tri-Valley, that's less than 2 months' rent. So what are we going to do in April? This is a huge problem. We're working to bring in more affordable housing. We took some homeless off the streets with the Chestnut property, recognizing that there is opposition within this community to building housing for those that are disadvantaged or those that need affordable housing. But we have 2 members of this council that are on the Homelessness Subcommittee, and they're working to bring in the safe parking program. And I think that's also going to be a start. This is a huge issue. It's a huge problem. And the state of California has made it very difficult for cities to raise additional funding to interdict homelessness. In fact, tomorrow afternoon, I will be attending a meeting in Oakland, which is going to be dealing exactly with this program. City of Oakland has gotten $20 million from the state. The entire county will then fight over their own $8 million. So one city gets 20, and the rest of the county can fight over the scraps. So this is an issue that we're all grappling with. It's a big issue, and there's no silver bullet. It's going to take silver buckshot. But we need to come together as a community and recognize that we need to build affordable housing. We cannot continue to oppose that. And this council up here is committed to make that happen. Okay, that's what I got. Any comments from the subcommittee members? Councilmember Carling?
Yeah, Eric, Mr. Uranga, you want to mention the monies that a couple of the projects just received notice about? This is something I just learned the other day from Mr. Uranga, which I think is relevant to the points that the mayor was making.
Yeah. Good evening. I'm Eric Uranga, and I'm the city's Assistant Community Development Director. The money you're referring to is the county's Measure A1 bond funds. There was a total of, $24 million allocated for affordable housing and supportive housing for our region. And Livermore's projects in Livermore applied for that, and we received the entire $24 million. That would be spread over 3 different projects, including the downtown project, the Pacific Avenue project, and Vineyard 2.0. That money will go to help speed up the timetable for, because funding is the toughest part, and this money will go towards helping us complete those projects in a timely manner.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to emphasize that the city of Livermore received all $24 million that was offered to the Tri-Valley for 3 projects to support the nonprofits that are going to be building some of the affordable and low and homeless housing. So I think congratulations to the team that put those proposals together.
Thank you. Councilmember Monroe? Yes.
I was going to hold this for the report out, but the Homelessness Subcommittee had met last week to discuss precisely these issues of what do we do about transitional housing. Within the next month, there will be public outreach meetings with regard to several different possibilities. One of those is a commons. So we will be looking at that. Look for that going forward. You can take a look at what the possibilities are as we go forward, and give your input as we come to as we go forward on this. I'd like to say one more word, which is that this is very expensive. Yes, we're getting money from the state. Yes, we're working on it, but it's going to take all of us. It's going to take all of us contributing in one way or another. So think about what you can do with regard to that. Yeah. On a somewhat different topic, I really appreciated the Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts who spoke. I just want to make sure that you all understand that the city has one role and the school district has another. So in order for you to get the school day shortened, you will have to go to your school board and have that conversation with them. Go for it.
Separation of powers. All right. Very good. Well, thank you very much. Thank you one and all for your comments tonight. All right. We have no public hearings. To go to the consent calendar. Okay, consent calendar, we have one. Does anybody wish to pull any item on the consent? Okay. I do have a card for 4.02. This is a resolution authorizing the execution of a professional services agreement with Hello Housing to support the administration of the city's affordable home ownership programs. Mr. Greg Scott, 4.02.
Greg Scott, we're not going to solve homelessness through affordable housing. We're not going to build them fast enough. We're never going to have enough money. That's why we need a commons. We need to be thinking about using the least amount of money as possible. We get into this mode, we're throwing money and throwing money and throwing money at the solution. The $1.4 billion by the governor, I call them governor sandcastles. It's not a solution. It's just this throwing massive amounts of money at it. Chestnut, that's 72 units, 5 for homeless. Even if you consider the gross undercount of the point-in-time count, the HUD point-in-time count, which is 264 for Livermore. 5, okay, wow. And then you're talking about Vineyard 2.0. The city's going to put in $3 million. The county's going to put in over $6 million, another $10 million or so on top of that to house 23. That's not even 10% of your point-in-time count, which is ridiculously low. And if you look at the increase from 2017, January, to 2019, the increase is 21. So you're just covering the increase. You're not even on the mode of dealing with the base. So it's the methodology here. You're just throwing lots of money at it, and you just keep doing this, and you need to think about a lot less resources to do it. What is low income here? It's $80,000 a year or less. Wow, and you're going to get homeless into affordable housing. Good luck. You're not going to solve the housing crisis through affordable housing. You can't build the units fast enough. You're not going to build enough. You have to think of a different mode here. And the point-in-time count is so absurd of an undercount. How can we have the HUD count in the country of 570,000 homeless by the HUD count and have, by the Department of Education count, 1.4 million school children? It doesn't make any sense. The HUD count could be off by an order of magnitude. So I don't understand quite how we're going to get on the mode we need to get on to solve homelessness, but we need to change the mode.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. I just saw a card come up. Is that... 4.02, Mr. Seiler.
Mayor, council, staff. It's probably about a year ago, I brought up the pyramid. And when we start listening to what Mr. Scott has to say and others, we've got to start focusing our attention on the things that we can do and we can do right away. Who is it that we can help the quickest? And then work your way down the pyramid. And if we can try to bring that analogy into it, we can probably help people quicker than what's being done today. Mayor, I totally agree with you that there's a lot of people against affordable housing. For one, it's not just the homeless that need it. There's a lot of families that are making good money. We have our first responders, our teachers, they all need help. So specifically on the homeless, if we could go back and look at a pyramid and try to identify those people at the different layers and what is needed to help those people at the different layers. I think if we start getting very focused on what we're trying to achieve, we will see that there is an end to the means. So I'd just like to throw that back out there to have it looked at.
Thank you. So again, at the Conference of Mayors, we talked a great deal about this, and there was a let's see, they were talking about a program called ALICE, which recalculates the federal poverty level, and it's a different calculation. And based on that calculation, 42% of Ohio households are struggling. 42%. So those people are one paycheck away from being homeless. In California, according to the ALICE budget, we're about 49% of households are struggling. One paycheck away from homelessness. So yeah, this is a big deal. And the best thing we do is ensure that people don't fall into homelessness, so to keep people housed. Yeah, the Commons, the reason we're focused so hard on Vineyard 2.0 and the Pedrosi Commons and Chestnut Square, those areas, because those are going to give people the wraparound services that they need to lift themselves out of homelessness. A commons, you're talking about warehousing people, and the most important function of all of this is to give people the wraparound services, and those are very expensive. To be able to give people the services, many of these people are suffering from substance abuse, mental illness, and it's intensive care to provide those services. Now, unfortunately, we're out here in Livermore. We do not have the density of services that Oakland or Berkeley do. And when I spoke to the director of All In Alameda County, she told me, oh, there isn't any poverty in the Tri-Valley. 30% of our households in the Tri-Valley are spending 50% of their income on housing. So yeah, there is. Poverty being the state of chronic scarcity. So it is here. I was reminded of the story of the child on the beach, where the starfish are dying in the sun, and the child is throwing the starfish one by one into the ocean, and there's millions of them, millions of starfish, and this guy comes up and says, what are you doing? You're not going to make a difference. You can't possibly make a difference. There's too many of them. And the child picked up a starfish and threw it into the ocean and said, I made a difference for that one. Yeah, this has been something people have been grappling with for centuries. And 10 years ago, the federal government declared that they were going to end homelessness by 2020. The resources of one of the most powerful nations on earth, the fifth largest economy here in California. You know what? In Alameda County, homelessness went up 43%. 43%. And these are much larger governments than we are, with much greater resources. But we're making an effort. We're trying to help people. One by one, we're trying to lift them up so that they can permanently stay out of homelessness. Yeah, the Commons is going to be a short-term, or the safe parking is going to be a short-term solution, but that's not the solution. Having people living in a Commons in their cars or in tents is not the ultimate solution. And it's going to be the wraparound services that are the absolute key. So we're working on it. We really are. But the state of California hasn't solved this. And I keep hearing the names of people that died on the streets of Livermore. The last 3 people that died on the streets of Livermore had family in Livermore. Why couldn't they reunite with their family? But the city suddenly we're going to be able to step in and help someone when their own family member cannot. Government doesn't work that way. We hope that families can lift each other up. And one of the goals that we were talking about in the Conference of Mayors was that one of the causes of homelessness is the catastrophic loss of family connections. And how do you restore those connections so that families can once again come together and help one another? And that's a major focus right now, is to create those reconnections. So this is, it's enormous, but we're trying to help one by one. And you know what? Nobody has solved this across this entire country, from Culver City to Daytona Beach. No one has solved this, and we're working our way to do just that. I'm looking for models. Everybody else in the nation is looking for a model that works, and we're still working on it, and we'll continue to work on it. So you have that commitment here, but I'm not going to be able to snap my fingers and cure this. It's going to take a lot of effort from this entire community. And you know what? And we're gonna tap into that effort here, because this is an amazing community. So we're gonna keep working together, and we're gonna solve this one person at a time. So thank you very much for your comments. Anybody else? Okay. With that, I've got the consent calendar 4.01, 4.02. Is there a motion? Okay. Councilmember Carling. Second by Councilmember Monroe. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Moving back to, we don't have any public hearings tonight, but we do have matters for consideration. The City Council represents the city's best interests on 35 different boards and commissions throughout the region. There are transit agencies, they are recycling agencies, waste collection agencies, all sorts of different things that we represent the community on. And I have the privilege of being able to appoint the members of this council to various committees and boards and commissions. And they willingly step up to do this. And this is a great time commitment. Some of these meetings are in Oakland, some are in Stockton, but members of this council step up to make a difference. That's in the staff report. There's a lot of different committees. I have asked them if they are happy on their committees, if they're happy with the assignments. And I like to have history on these. I mean, I've been at some of these committees since I was on the council, and I think it helps to have that continuity. So I appreciate the council members stepping up and serving on these committees, because to quote Supervisor Haggerty, if you're not at the table, you may well be on the menu. And so that's a philosophy that I believe in, that we need to be there to continue to represent the city's best interests. So with that, since no one wishes to change their position on the committees, I'll ask to keep you on there. Now, do I need a motion to do this, or do we just, it is just by decree?
Well, it's a little more than by decree, but your appointment is what's key here. The only thing that would stop that is if one of the members did not accept your appointment, but I think you have, hearing no objection, I think you've made your appointments.
Okay, well, very good. Well, I did not get any objections, and I certainly appreciate, and everybody enjoys serving on these committees, because there's a lot of this is the opportunity to get down into the weeds. And that's, some of us really love that. I mean, I'm on a couple of water committees, and that's just what I do. I'm a water wonk forever. And but energy, we've got folks on the energy committees and social services committees. So you guys are doing great work. So thank you all very much. So consider yourselves reappointed. Thank you. Oh. Thank you, Mr. Jean. Okay, moving on to discussion and direction regarding short-term rentals. So this is staff recommends the City Council discuss and direct staff to develop an ordinance and procedures regulating short-term rentals. All right.
Thank you, and good
Mr.
evening, Mayor Marchand and members of the City Council. Last October, the Council asked staff to investigate the regulatory and financial aspects of short-term rentals, and staff's conducted research and is seeking Council's direction in creating a regulatory approach that balances the benefits of short-term rentals with any potential issues that sometimes are associated with this type of vacation stay. There we go. Short-term rental is a residential stay of less than 30 days. Online platforms such as Airbnb and VRBO have increased the availability and prominence of short-term rentals. And these two photos represent actual short-term rentals in Livermore found on these websites. There are benefits associated with short-term rentals. Short-term rentals offer another type of stay option and expand the opportunity for visitors. And these short-term rentals provide accommodations for those with children, pets, larger families, or those who desire a different travel experience than offered traditionally by hotels. Those visitors who opt for short-term rentals tend to prefer locations and accommodations with access to quality restaurants and the ability to explore local food and culture scene of these new destinations. And these visitors spend in the local economy. According to Visit Tri-Valley, single-day visitors spend an average of $105, where overnight visitors spend on average $258. And this all contributes to local businesses, including retail shops, restaurants, and wineries. In addition, these types of vacation stays, short-term rentals, provide supplemental income for the host, which can be a benefit in areas such as this with a high cost of living and property tax. So in Livermore, there is 135 short-term rentals, and that represents less than 1% of the housing stock. The average nightly rent is about $89 per night, and they're evenly distributed across the city, and they range from a single room or a studio, apartments, or a rental of the entire single-family home. But there are concerns with short-term rentals. Most of the time, short-term rentals go unnoticed. Behavior and the use of the rental is often regulated by the host through a screening process that's inherent to the online booking site. However, when disruptions do occur, they are typically related to increased noise or parking. So currently, the city does not have short-term rental regulations. Staff recommends the City Council discuss and direct staff to develop an ordinance and procedures for regulating short-term rentals based on the following framework. Staff's recommending that the council direction include a registration process similar to our current home occupation permits, and that this process requires local contact information and the noticing of neighbors that hopefully will address disruptions as they arise or preferably before, and that the establishment the regulations include the establishment of specific outdoor noise standards for short-term rentals. Short-term rentals should be limited. The number of short-term rentals one could operate should be limited citywide and also limited per property in order to minimize impacts to the housing supply and the residential neighborhoods, and that there's an enforcement system put into place where violations of these rules would result in a suspension of a short-term rental permit, and if the problems persist, ultimately revocation of that permit. And finally, staff recommends that under the new ordinance, short-term rentals should be required to pay a transient occupancy tax similar to hotels. The tax goes to the general fund, but it could be used to offset costs of enforcement if they're needed. And additionally, circling back, that there be registration fees as part of that registration or application process that would be used to cover the administrative costs of processing a short-term rental permit. So upon receiving council's direction, staff would set forth with drafting an ordinance, or ordinance language rather, and we anticipate we'd return to Planning Commission and Council sometime in summer 2020. That concludes staff's presentation, and we're available for any questions and for your direction. Thank you.
Questions for staff at this point? I have cards. Yes, so we'll have questions first and then public comment. Question, Councilmember?
It's a question about the question.
Okay.
I had a letter that came in and put some questions. Would that go after or before?
Since that's basically based on public comment, let's, It's not your question. It's the question from a concerned citizen. Okay, very good. Okay, I'm going to open the public comment period. Kelly Nezevich, Lori Nezevich, Drew Felker. Hopefully I didn't butcher the name quite as much that you didn't recognize it.
No, it's perfect.
Oh, good, okay.
Just pronounce it, but all good. I'll take it.
Okay, very good.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Kelly Knezevich, and I'm a resident in a court where one homeowner is operating hosted and non-hosted short-term rentals. And I'd like to start out by making my position clear in that I am a proponent of short-term rentals, but only hosted rentals. As you can see, I am a millennial. I've used Airbnb and Vrbo to book short-term rental housing all over the West Coast. I've stayed in in-law units, and I've attended parties at non-hosted rentals. And a little history of Airbnb. Airbnb was the first company to allow guests to book a single room in a host's home. And this is exactly what you get with hosted rentals. However, in non-hosted rentals, the non-hosted rentals have digressed to a different purpose. Non-hosted rental users have the potential to ignore rules implemented by the host while no one's there to monitor the behavior. Things may get out of control a little bit, no matter how vetted the guest is or how great the security cameras are. I've grown super uncomfortable and very wary in my own home whenever I see a significant amount of unknown cars at the short-term rental in my court, because I think, could Livermore be the next city to have a shooting at the home of a non-hosted short-term rental since no one is present to monitor? Switching gears just a little bit, I do want to discuss the similarities of short-term rentals to another tech-based giant that has grown strong in the last 10 years. Now, Uber launched in San Francisco in 2010, and it's known as everyone's private driver, similarly to platforms like Airbnb and Vrbo, whose slogans also favor people's individual experiences. Also, like Airbnb and Vrbo, driving companies like Lyft and Uber have become increasingly unsafe when it's not monitored. And as of September of last year, California enacted a law that mandates all companies to hire employees, thus having to go through an extensive background check in order to implement safety regulations. This state enacted a law that helps ensure the safety of passengers in these companies' cars, and it's only a matter of time before the state also enacts a law outlawing non-hosted short-term rentals. Livermore can jump ahead of the state and can easily enact similar rules and regulations to ensure the safety of short-term rental users and neighbors within our city. Now, I don't want the next news headline to read, "Livermore is the latest city to fall victim to a shooting at a non-hosted short-term rental unit." And who knows, that non-hosted short-term rental unit could very well be the party house that's located in our nice residential neighborhood in Valley View Court. Now, at the end of the day, I just want to feel safe in my neighborhood. Non-hosted rentals don't make my neighborhood family nor myself feel safe and comfortable. And knowing a host is on site during a rental period is what we as a city need to adopt. It's simple as that. So please include these in your regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knezevich. Lori Knezevich, Drew Felker, Allie Felker.
Hello, council members. I'm Lori Knezevich. Thanks for the opportunity to speak and for putting short-term rentals on your agenda. I really appreciate that. I had just a couple quick points to make. I won't take long. As Kelly said, there are two types of short-term rentals, hosted and non-hosted, and I didn't feel that difference was addressed in the staff report. And I think that's the crux of this issue in our city. I also think that one of the concerns that wasn't addressed by Andy was safety. That was not on the list. And the Airbnb shootings of late October in Orinda and then January in Hayward, it's a great concern to all of us that live within close proximity to this Airbnb that's run in our court. I am in support of hosted short-term rentals. I'm just not in support of non-hosted. I would be fine if our neighbor would stay on site during his rentals. I'd be fine with it. I also noted that staff is anticipating providing a draft ordinance by summer 2020. I'm encouraging you to place a sense of urgency on this issue. I know that, I think it was Mr. Warner who mentioned, should we take a look at this and get it sooner rather than later? our history in our neighborhood shows that summertime is the biggest rental time. Obviously, we have beautiful weather and the wine country and all that. Large groups, large parties. If only a draft is presented by summertime, it's still going to take time to adopt and get moving on. So my neighbors and I are going to go through a whole nother year of weekend rentals and parties. Last year was virtually every weekend between May and November. And I would ask that you think, how would you like that in your neighborhood to deal with that every weekend, virtually every weekend? The last thing I'd like to say is when reviewing any proposal from staff or city attorney regarding this issue, I ask that the council ask the question, in what ways does this proposal protect the citizens of Livermore from the horrors experienced in Orinda and Hayward? And just think about that. Thanks for letting me comment.
Thank you. Drew Felker, Ali Felker, and Matt Alexander.
Hey, Council. I was wondering, have any of you stayed in an Airbnb? So some of you have, and I think that's great. As a small business owner and someone who loves this community, I would ask that you do not add any more regulations. So one thing that I found as a small business owner is that every single new rule that you add, not you, but in general that gets added, makes it one more step difficult to try to make a better life for me and my family. And so if I have the opportunity to, buy a house, it would be very nice to be able to rent it out without added regulation, because if people are making noise, we can always call the police. So I'm a recent homeowner, which I love, and I would just ask that you don't add more rules to make it more difficult to try to make a better life for me and my family. Another thing, just kind of an analogy, was I recently found out that the county doesn't allow temporary restrooms on event centers anymore. And their logic behind it, so they decide that temporary restrooms are no longer allowed because someone might abuse the having a temporary restroom and it might overflow. I think they forgot, though, that if your restroom overflows, there's a natural aversion and problem that's created that ruins everything. And so if you have an Airbnb that's partying and the police are continually called and the owners are fined and fined and fined, there's a natural thing that happens where it's fiscally not viable for them to do. Also, I'm not worried at all about the shootings that happened in Orinda or Hayward, because they're fringe cases. If you look at Airbnb as like a global phenomenon, or you look at hotels, or you look at any place where people are staying, it's very unlikely that's going to happen. And so you start legislating, trying to make people safer by clamping down on Airbnb, it ends up just hurting the citizens more than it does protecting them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Felker. Ali Felker, Matt Alexander, and Jeremy Troop Massey.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much always for the opportunity to come and to talk about things that we care about. I really appreciate that. In high school, I was a huge debate nerd. I was on the debate team. And one of the issues that we constantly brought up was one called significance. Basically, it was the burden of proof of anyone suggesting a change to prove that there was a significant enough issue or a significant enough problem existing before that change should occur. And reading through everything that was written by the staff and everything that's happening with Airbnbs, it seems like the only problem, there's two problems. One, that was suggested that there might be more Airbnbs. That to me doesn't seem like a significant enough problem to warrant a change. The second issue was the issue of in Orinda, and my husband spoke to that. I agree. I don't think we should legislate based off of fringe cases. And if you just look at the statistical probability of something like that happening in a short-term rental, it seems a little bit unfair to be putting something that's more stringent and more difficult on middle-class families when it's statistically improbable for that to happen in an Airbnb. And additionally, I think it would be interesting to look into those cases and determine whether or not they would have occurred even if these ordinances had been in place. I think that's something that we need to look at and look at what's actually happening in those situations. I know at least with Orinda, there was a lot of drugs involved. It was a very, very different situation. I understand that ordinances and legislations are the tools that you use to make our city safer. I just ask that you would use those sparingly and that you would have it done in moderation. Both my husband and I are small business owners, and sometimes things that were originally created with good intent are the things that make it harder for us to start something very cool in our city. And so, yeah, I ask that you would think long and hard about the decision that you make. Once this is passed, it's going to be a lot harder for it to be revoked or changed, so please keep that in mind. And I would also like to ask, and maybe it can be looked into, these parties that have been happening over the summer, are these going past 10 p.m.? Have the police been called? Is there record of police calls? And what the result of that was? I think there might be a little bit more digging that needs to be done there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Felker. Matt Alexander, Jeremy Troop Massey, Brent Seiler.
Hi, I'm Matt Alexander, and I can segue off of her. I think I own the house that the Knezoviches are talking about, and there hasn't been any police calls on the houses. We did have a couple of parties. We had a kid's birthday party once. We did have a group come and film a video. There was about 15 people there at one point. And we did decide not to offer those types of parties. We figured that out within the first couple of groups we rented to. We don't allow parties anymore. We haven't allowed any parties for over a year. We do allow people to come up to 10, sometimes up to 12 people come to the house. We have 5 bedrooms in the house and a pool in the backyard, so they do like to come and swim. There is not a loudspeaker system on site. We do have a noise-aware system on site, which monitors the decibels of noise that can be put out from the house and pings our phone when that happens, and we haven't been getting pinged. And we also have Ring cameras set up around the entirety of the house. Our driveway can fit up to 8 cars in it. With the way that it's shaped, we can fit. So we're not really blocking the streets. I do understand the concerns that our neighbors do have with the Orinda shooting, and also with the video that was filmed at our house. They had some concerns about that too, and so I do understand those. I have talked to all of my neighbors. They all know me. I grew up in the house where I'm at, and I do hear their concerns, and they all have my cell phone number, and they're welcome to call me if they have any problems with it. Again, the police have not been called. The parties that they're talking about are not like the parties you think of when you see on TV, like 100 high school kids showing up with alcohol. We're talking about like 8 to 10 people for like a kid's birthday party, or sometimes there might be a few more people that come over during the day, maybe 15 up to 20 people to come over very occasionally, and they don't stay the night. So that's typically what happens. Our house has been rented out 6 days out of every 30 over the last year. So this is the house that has really been getting complaints about. As far as I'm aware, really none of the other houses in Livermore have had complaints against them. So I'm working hard to try to keep our house so that it doesn't bother our neighbors. I do understand that they may still be uncomfortable with the idea. I'm sorry for that. I don't agree. I think unhosted rentals are okay and safe if the host is managing the listing properly, that they have cameras, that they vet the people who rent the house, and that they're just doing a good job of taking care of it. I care about my neighborhood and the quality of the neighborhood and the character of the neighborhood for sure. Anyways, yeah, so that's pretty much all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Jeremy Troop Massey and Brent Seiler.
All right. Good evening, everyone. How you doing? Good. I am happy to be representing my community industry. I apologize. I'm still catching up on this particular topic. It is important to me, but I've been head deep in the Measure P stuff that's going on and supporting that cause. But in the realm of a hotel and our agro-tourism and the amenities that are offered in this community. I think that short-term rentals are very important to what my hospitality industry, the industry of service, food, and beverage becomes. And just to the point, hosted versus non-hosted, me personally and the friends that I've traveled with, the chances that we stay at a hosted Airbnb is very unlikely, just based on the size of the groups that I travel with, and quite frankly, we're adults, and we don't need to feel that we're being watched. Assuming that the people that we're purchasing these short-term rentals from are vetting us correctly, there is something to be said about how you kind of get involved in procuring these short-term rentals. If it's too easy, sometimes it can come off just the wrong way. So I do think these recommendations from what I've gathered are reasonable and fair, assuming that we do continue to keep an open mind and not make it unapproachable for people like the Felkers who are wonderful small business owners and show up to these meetings time after time supporting what this beautiful region can become. While I understand the lion's share of Airbnb properties or short-term rentals are in a close proximity to downtown and just the city centers, I think what it supports in the vineyards and out there, my wineries and whatnot, is very important in the lapse of a hotel right now that we will have. So, all I got is, keep an open mind and, let's keep chugging away at what we're really trying to do here. And I think you guys got this under control. So, thank you guys.
Thank you. Mr. Seiler.
So when this first came up, I was kind of like, I don't like it, kind of not in my backyard attitude. But now that I'm looking to become a two-state citizen, it opens up a lot of opportunities for me to where I could literally rent my house out as an Airbnb, and it would more than pay for the mortgage that I have to pay for. And then I've got it whenever I need to come back here to work. Otherwise, I'll be in another state. So, I understand that people don't want too much regulation. From the get-go, I've always said I don't like government stepping in too much. But one thing I did do to understand what would I be getting into, there's a Facebook group out there specifically around short-term rentals as this. And you can see the plethora of issues that come up with Airbnbs and other people doing hosted sites. And I think it would be something good for the council to go off and look at some of these and look at some of the challenges other communities are having with this. So as you create your ordinance, you have kind of a good foundation of what to base it around. I agree with other speakers, let's not get too far into it. But one thing I would say is if you're going to be an absentee kind of runner or host, I would definitely say cameras should be mandatory in those where you could readily get in and look and see what's going on if you get contacted by a neighbor. When we started our dog rescue, one of the things that we had a requirement to do was a letter had to be sent to all of our neighbors to let them know that we were starting a rescue and that we had a special permit to have more than 3 dogs on our property at one time. And we had to agree with animal control what that number would be. And I think this would also be an opportunity that to create good citizenship and good neighborship, that if someone is going to start doing Airbnb, be it me or anyone else, I think neighbors should be contacted, let them know. They can't stop it, but they should at least be made aware of it, that this is going to be happening in their area, and what procedures they should be able to go through in case there is a problem. The neighbors know exactly what to do and who to contact to resolve it. So cameras, if you're going to be absentee, notification to your neighbors, I think would go a long way to making it successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seiler. And then Greg Scott.
Greg Scott. I was getting through this until the drugs were mentioned. And the drugs aren't only in the homeless community, they're broad in this community. It isn't just over there in Orinda. It isn't over there in Hayward. There's a lot of drugs in Livermore. And Mr. Mayor, you made the point of why don't the families do something? Why are the family ties so frayed? A lot of it's drugs. There is a sea of methamphetamine out there in this community. Methamphetamine is called the king. In fact, I'm not kidding you, I could probably in 10 minutes walk from this podium and get a hit of methamphetamine. That's how broad it is in this community. And we also have the heroin. Well, the heroin era has changed. I don't know how many people in this room have heard of crocodile heroin, but it has changed from.
Mr.
Can
Scott,
I finish?
We're speaking about
Yes, we are.
Airbnb.
And we mentioned the drugs with short-term rentals, and that the problem is over there in Orinda, over there in Hayward. My point is the drugs are right here, and it can be in the community that rents the short-term rentals also. It's not just the homeless community. The drugs are a broad problem here and can be a broad problem with these rentals. Okay? It's broad here. The heroin use is broad here. It's affluent people also. The opiates, the fentanyl is pandemic. It's not just the homeless and the low income. It's through the whole class of the economic spectrum. So it goes into the short-term rental market also. Okay, it's not just this incident over there in Orinda or Hayward, and it happens over there and not here. That thinking is, I don't even understand it. And then the logic of, well, you can always call the police. You know, not dealing with the causality, you deal with the symptom after the fact. What the logic is not here, but you know, the heroin and all these drugs are so broad that. You know, you just can't say that it's not going to happen here, that it's not here, is my point on your rentals. It doesn't make any sense.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. And these are the issues that we are trying to deal with to ensure the safety of the community and also the people's enjoyment of their neighborhoods. So how do we make that happen? So I'm going to close the public comment period, bring it back to the council. So questions, comments? You had some right out the gate.
I did. I believe that we all received a letter from somebody who was not able to be here. Is this on? I think it is. With two questions. One is around why limit short-term rentals to per person. What is the rationale there? And the other is the reasoning behind allowing one dwelling unit room per property. So they understand, and I'm not sure I understand the question, so this is for me too. So the item being questioned is number 4, to avoid significant impacts to the city's long-term housing supply. The short-term rentals, limit the number of short-term rentals to 2 properties. Okay, I understand that. Limit short-term rentals to one dwelling unit per one dwelling unit / room per property. So if you could explain both the rationale behind those and then the meaning of the one dwelling unit per room per property, just to clarify that.
Sure. So the first part of the question about the number of properties one could rent for short terms, that's been witnessed in other communities, Austin, New Orleans, and the surrounding communities, where entities will buy up houses just to rent them on Airbnb. And so that has an impact on the neighborhood, but also on the housing supply. It affects the market. And so the thought being limiting it to 2 here in Livermore. So a person who either owns a second home and wants to rent it on Airbnb and rent their primary home from time to time when they're out of town, maybe an option. The second part to your question about the dwelling units or rooms is that hypothetically, Airbnb, as mentioned earlier, allows you to rent a room in your home as one transaction. And so to avoid creating small hotels within a large home, just limiting it to you can rent one room, you cannot rent multiple rooms to multiple people, multiple transactions at a time, if you follow the logic.
Right.
there.
So the goal there is that you have one. You're only dealing with one customer.
Correct. Yeah.
Renter at a time.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Well, just to push that a little bit further. So, say you had a family of four wanted to rent from a hosted Airbnb, and they were going to rent 2 rooms. The parents are going to be in one room, the kids are going to be in the other room. So that's 2 rooms.
Point well taken. So one transaction would be the key there, and so we'll have to nuance the language to make sure.
Okay, so the family would be the single transaction. They'd be renting more than one room,
Correct.
but it would be a single transaction rather than 2 transactions.
Yes.
Correct.
Certainly.
So I believe I'm the only person on council who has experience with Airbnb. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, no. Okay, these 2. 3? Okay, well, all right. So we have a majority here. But the example, and I think we were in the same room, I spoke about my entire family rented a hotel. That's at least three separate families with renting it, but one transaction. So that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Councilmember Carling.
I wanted to follow up on Councilmember Monroe's question about, in your answer about concern about entities purchasing. The same letter suggested that you take a different approach, and that was to limit the number of permits in the city. And I wondered if you considered that, and are there pros and cons to what you're proposing versus just say limit the total number of permits. So right now we have 135, right? And we could, just postulating here, just guessing, we could say, okay, 135 permits. Because I would guess that maybe not everybody would buy a permit. But anyway, I just was curious whether or not you looked at capping the number of permits versus limiting it to 2 units per owner. The pros and cons.
We did not look at that to address that particular issue. We haven't looked at that yet, but I think it sounds like it's trying to achieve ultimately the same goal and to make sure that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I understand your point and your concern about an entity coming in and buying up a number of homes or whatever you want to call it and turning it into a business in Livermore. I get that. I just wondered if there's another alternative that we could at least consider and be able to discuss it from that point of view. Looks like city manager wants to say something.
So the answer is yes.
What?
And you have at least 2 or 3 different items that you're trying to solve. One is the concept of market concentration. In other words, one corporation who owned 40 obviously is a very different vibe in a community than 40 or 20 different individuals in different places. So that's up to you as far as regulation. One is sort of the total impact on the housing supply. And I think our initial analysis of that was that this is a very modest number given the number of units you have in the community. But that's why we wanted the registration to be part of that process and to, over time, to watch that number. I think once you're up to a certain point where you might actually be impacting your housing supply, you might want to put a maximum number. Seemed like we were significantly below that, given the fact that we have almost 30,000 housing units in the community and we're at 135. It didn't seem to be significant from that perspective. You are correct. We could either go with a maximum number or with a maximum per person. The idea with the per person was to allow greater entry into the benefits of that for the actual homeowner or property owner.
The other thing I might add is that if you limit it to 2 that an individual owns, you maybe have a higher likelihood that the person is connected to the home or to the neighborhood. If they're not owning 10 or 20 of these, perhaps more likely that they're living in the home and running it for more limited periods of time and, again, more connected to the neighborhood.
I ask a follow-up question? I mean, there's a difference between a owner-occupied one of these rentals and not, right? So presumably if the owner is occupying it, you're not hurting the housing supply. It's only when somebody comes in who doesn't live there on a basis that you're hurting the housing supply. So I would think it's important to make that distinction.
Yes.
I think the other thing that, the Orinda case was evidenced. In that case, it was somebody who just bought it as an investment, never lived there, didn't have any real connection to the neighborhood. So those are some of the aspects here.
There's a question, do we, always looking to see if there's a problem that actually needs to be solved, do we have very many Airbnb homes that are owned by, that one person owns more than one?
We have the total number. We don't have the ownership.
There's 135.
Yep.
So in the 135, how many of those 135 are owned by more than, or that one person owns more than one of them?
We don't know that statistic right now.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
I'm not sure that I'm not sure that the total number matters to me particularly. What matters, I think, in terms of this policy is what the intent is. And it seems to me that, going back to the letter, as has been raised, there are two really different, capping the total number does something very different than limiting the number of rentals per person, and that limiting, what I'm concerned about is that what we're doing is being complementary in our policy to what a hotel would do, and that what we're doing is we're going back to the benefits, the tourism, the authentic experience that allows visitors to live like a local, accommodates travelers who prefer unique destinations. All of those, I want to make sure that happens, and it seems to me that the 2 or 1 to 2 rentals does that in a way that allowing lots and lots would not. So the intent of that, whether it be 1, 2, 3, probably 3 is more than I'm comfortable with, but 1 or 2 makes sense to me. More than that does not. Go ahead.
No, I think I agree with Councilmember, or excuse me, Vice Mayor Warner. We just changed the title. Because if they're living in the unit, it's not affecting the housing supply because they're already here. And this has been talked about for years at the Conference of Mayors, because the model has been that you've got somebody that's lived in the neighborhood for a number of years, and this enables them to stay in their home because they're able to rent out the home and derive some income. So as the property taxes have gone up and their income stays the same, if they're retired, then it allows them to gain a little bit of income to stay in the home. And the magic number that I keep hearing over and over from the Airbnb folks is about $7,500 a year.
Yeah.
And that's sort of the deficit that allows people to stay in their homes versus having to leave. So that original model was for hosted use because it enabled people to stay in their homes and yet derive some income from spare bedrooms since they were empty nesters.
And I kind of agree with that thought. I'm glad you mentioned that, because that was my first thought, was that I think of kids my daughter's age that are trying to get into a house and keep it, and of course there's going to be no rooms for her to rent out with 3 kids. But for those that are just young couples that have managed to get into a house, it's awfully hard these days to get into a house and pay a mortgage. You got to do something else. There's got to be something else here, and this seems like a really good fit with a few ideas: registration, some kind of a transit occupancy fee. I would certainly go along with that. But I know in my neighborhood, I've had neighbors that have had loud parties, and they had long before Airbnb was even a thought. I know in my neighborhood, we've had a shooting among family members at a family gathering where there was no renter. Mm-hmm. So stuff happens, and it will happen regardless of the characterization of the rental. And I think it's we've got to do our point to vet the renters as the best we can. Those who own the houses, but from that point on, I think we're on a pretty solid track here, I think.
I wanted to speak to the hosted versus non-hosted. I certainly appreciate the need for keeping track of of the people that you're renting to. But again, speaking from personal experience, there have been times where I've been in a shared room. There have been times where I have not been. It depends on what my interests are. And so having those options, I think, is really important. Again, given that we have 135 rentals and we've had one complaint at this point, it seems to me that not only is the situation in Orinda compared to, which keeps coming up, on the fringe, but for Livermore, even a complaint's on the fringe. What we want to do, I think, is work together as a community to make this just know who we are, know what we're doing, and I want to say keep track of each other, but that's not quite the right vibe. Let's leave it at work together.
Comments?
I think it's worth creating certainly a registration or ordinance around asking people to register. I'm a little ambivalent about the hosted versus non-hosted. I've stayed in a lot of Airbnbs or Verbos, and I'm trying to go through my mind. Most of the ones that I've stayed in aren't even allowed in the state of California, and that is in ADUs. Those are outlawed in the state, right? I mean, I've stayed in Seattle quite a few times, but I've always been in a converted garage in the back of behind somebody's house. But I don't. Those aren't allowed in the state of California. Is that right?
That is correct. The state legislature adopted a raft of bills this past cycle, speaking to accessory dwelling units. Right now, an accessory dwelling unit cannot be used for a short-term rental, so it has to rent that out. It has to be for 30 days. It has to be more than 30 days.
Yeah. And we've also rented whole houses at times, and that was not hosted. So I don't know that. I'm ambivalent about that, I guess. I need to think some more about this, but I guess I would favor some sort of a registration, and we'll have more discussion about hosted versus unhosted. I'm still like to think some more about whether or not we limit the number versus two residences per individual, or whatever, however that was worded. I think the noise standards are fine, prohibited from creating outdoor noise after 10 p.m. But I think that's already part of the requirement living in this community, right? And I think the consequences for the violations are pretty reasonable, that we've talked about in the staff report. And whatever the TOT might be, I mean, it's pretty, what is 8% at the moment? 8%? So I don't think that's overly burdensome, I hope. I mean, we did hear some concern about additional regulations in the community as a concern, but it seems to me a rather modest registration fee and a TOT that would be paid by the person occupying the unit anyway. So that's sort of where I am at the moment.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I think that was a good summary where I'm at. I heard the concerns of the people that have made the complaint. I've also heard what the Felkers say is don't solve a problem that isn't there and don't make it burdensome. I think that what we're talking about is that these kinds of things are good for the community to be there, for the people who have them, they can afford to stay in their homes, or the people who are just starting out, it helps them acquire a home. So I think it's good from that point. But we do know that these kinds of things can get out of hand, and so the fact that we have a minimal set of an ordinance here to at least begin to keep track of things, and I think that's the spirit here. So I'm in favor of that. And with respect to the hosted or non-hosted, I think I can understand people being uncomfortable being around the host because they might not be the same personality types or whatever. So I think that the way around that is to make sure that there is sort of a good contact information in response. So I think that I would think that that's the case rather than insisting that it be hosted. And with respect to the number of dwelling units that someone can own, if you're talking about somebody owning multiple houses, that isn't in the spirit of being able to stay in your house or being able to buy a house. That's being somebody with a lot of money, maybe laundering that money, and that's the way into it. So that just doesn't strike me as that there's any value to the community to allowing somebody to have a dozen of these things. I mean, I don't see any value add to that. So that's where I'm at.
I agree. I think that, as was pointed out, having mandatory contact information, so if there is a problem, the neighborhood, because as Councilmember Coomer pointed out, neighborhoods have allowed parties from residents. So, and you don't always have contact information for your residents, like going down the street and beating on the door. Yeah. So I think that having the contact information is a great idea, making sure that the neighborhood is aware and that they have the point of contact, that if there are complaints, there is certainly a procedure, and if the complaints persist, they can lose their permit. So there's certainly an incentive to abide by the rules. So going through this, it seems good at a first shot, and bring this back and see what the final looks like. Yes.
One other thought. I was paying attention to what Mr. Scott said, and maybe there would be something in there to address if there are drug violations at an event.
Mm-hmm.
That's not something I have a lot of tolerance for.
So if the police are called, if the police were called, could that be the first and second infraction?
Well, I don't know whatever staff and the police department think is reasonable there, but we do have the nuisance ordinance with respect to this. So we'll wrap it in, but somehow you can envision that one of these Airbnbs becomes a party house for the drug activity. I mean, that's kind of what can happen. So that isn't something we want to have, in my opinion.
I have another.
So just following up on that, I would say that when we're looking at infractions, there are maybe minor infractions. Golly, you went until 10:30, not okay. Yes, it's been verified. That's a minor infraction, maybe midnight. But then there's a list of major infractions, and I'm not sure what those would be, but I'm sure that the police department could speak to that.
So the concept is, for example, in the case of a crime being committed on the property, that might be a major infraction, versus literally a noise violation or somebody parking inappropriately.
Well, and there's crimes and crimes, so yeah.
Very good. So we will at least consider sort of a regulations that deal with the scale of the infraction.
So in that case, you'd have if it's a late noise event, the second infraction, they're done. If it's a major infraction, such as Councilmember Renaud points out, maybe it's one strike and you're out. So that people just understand that they need to keep a tight rein, because other people are being invited into the community, and they may not share the values of that community. and I think it's important that we protect the neighborhoods that we have. Councilmember Carley?
One more thing that Mr. Seiler brought up, and that is and it's in the staff report about notifying neighbors. I think you need some clarity, too, on what you consider a neighbor. You know, how many, how close, that kind of thing. You know, just to make it abundantly clear to whoever registers as to what we mean by a neighbor.
It's like a radius, perhaps, yeah. But you have to leave it to staff to, yeah. Okay, so any further direction to council? And this is just direction to the staff to come back with an ordinance. Discussion of direction. Okay, do you have sufficient direction? Okay, very good. Mr. Ross, thank you very much for the report. We are coming up on 9 o'clock. Did you guys take 5 minutes? Okay, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break and be back here shortly. Thank you. Okay, very good. Welcome back to round 2 of the Livermore City Council, the January 27th meeting. We just finished 6.02, moving on to 6.03, and since they're very closely related, we're going to combine 6.03 and 6.04. So I've got everybody's cards, but if you've signed up for one, we'll just cover all these because I imagine a lot of the comments are going to be the same. So this is discussion and direction regarding the dissemination of factual information concerning the referendum against ordinance number 2089 and also the upcoming initiative. So with that, the staff report, Mr. Stewart, Paul Spence.
So good evening, Mayor and Council. Actually, we're going to be sharing the staff report duties this evening. I'm Paul Spence. I'm your Community Development Director. Steve Stewart, our Planning Manager, and Jason Alcala, our City Attorney, will also be sharing portions of this presentation for you this evening. So as you mentioned, at the January 13th City Council meeting, the Council did ask staff to provide information back on the referendum against approving the development agreement for the Wine Country Hotel at the Bankhead. And Council specifically asked us to take a look at 4 different issues. The first was information on demand for new hotel rooms and commercial square footage in the downtown. Second is information on how parking levels will be maintained during construction of the city's downtown plan and how soon the northwest corner of the Livermore Village site can be developed. Third was comparative information on timing of implementation of the city's approved downtown plan and implementation of the initiative. And then the fourth was a description of Assembly Bill 1486 and its potential effects. So to start off with, we're going to take a look at the first question. The work conducted by PlaceWorks and their subconsultants for the Downtown Steering Committee in 2017 included an analysis of market demand for various types of land uses in the downtown, including retail uses and a new hotel. Commercial and hotel experts were brought in by the steering committee to those meetings to present the information. Key learnings were developed and agreed upon by the steering committee members for the evaluation of different alternatives. And one of those key learnings was around commercial retail demand and another was around hotels. So with demand generated by new housing and a new hotel in the downtown, the maximum retail demand was calculated to be an additional 10 to 20,000 square feet. The city plan proposes about 10,000 square feet of new retail and restaurant uses, which is consistent with the key learnings, and the initiative proposes up to 30,000 square feet, which exceeds the maximum recommended retail square footage. So that is the retail comparison. For the hotel, the steering committee again brought in key experts, and there was a report summarizing the evaluation there, and I've provided a page from the report here for you this evening. This was the key learnings on the hotel. As highlighted on the screen, market demand for a downtown hotel is in the range of 100 to 135 rooms. The approved city plan includes a 135-room hotel, which is at the upper end of that room count. The initiative increases the capacity permitted to 160 rooms, which is larger than the recommended maximum number. Key learnings also highlighted that a hotel should have strong connectivity to shops and restaurants and the Bankhead Theater, and should front onto South Livermore Avenue. Hotel experts noted that this location is important to attract a viable hotel and for long-term hotel success.
So these were the experts that came in with the key learnings. And I'm not sure if you got it later on in your slides, but we had a lot of public outreach in addition to the experts coming together. And Dr. Carling is the one that chaired that, and Dr. Warner as well co-chaired that. And we heard from a lot of the members of the community.
Right.
And this is a fact that that this narrative has sort of changed over the last 3 years now. But what was the percentage of the public that we heard from that articulated, that agreed that the hotel should front on South Livermore Avenue?
I believe that number is around 78%.
78%?
Yes.
Okay, so 78% agreed that left side or right side, that the hotel needed to face South Livermore Avenue. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so not east of L, but actually it had to be on South Livermore Avenue. And that was the major agreement.
Right, the other thing to remember is that the steering committee members all agreed upon the key learnings and agreed that they would be published and disseminated to the public.
That was the 19-member committee.
That's the 19-member
And they all agreed that the hotel had to front on South Livermore Avenue. Again, disagreement whether it was east or west side, but that everybody agreed that it had to be on South Livermore Avenue.
That was the key learning, yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Just want to make that clear.
Right, so the city's proposed hotel does front onto South Livermore Avenue, and it does meet that criteria. The 9212 report notes, which was an analysis of the initiative itself, so the 9212 report notes that a larger hotel located on Railroad Avenue, as proposed by the initiative, would be less likely to secure development capital, and maintain healthy operations, and would be more likely to require public subsidy. Another key area that we looked at was parking. And staff collected ranking worksheets from the public at our workshops, our pop-ups, our community events. And parking was the top priority identified through this community ranking process. The downtown hotel was ranked number 5, and the location of the hotel was ranked number 7 out of 10 categories. So based on that community interest in parking, the council asked us, as the council selected the downtown plan and began to implement, to make sure that the pre-existing parking supply was maintained throughout the construction process. And so the slide on the screen for you this evening shows the pre-existing parking supply. Before we began construction, before we began any implementation, we had 565 spaces on the 2 major areas that make up the downtown project. So 502 spaces on the large former Lucky's site, 63 spaces on the smaller city lot that's on the east side of Livermore Avenue there. Early work on the downtown project included regrading and reorganizing the parking on the northern portion of this central block. Again, to orient you, Livermore Avenue Railroad, this is the large block, this is the smaller block next to the Bankhead. So as we worked through this process, we improved the efficiency of the parking. We also took down some of the buildings. The former KFC and the Domino's were taken down, and additional parking was provided in this area. The railroad depot was relocated. More recently, Speedy Lube was taken down, and additional parking was provided here. So as we've gone through phases of construction, the city staff has worked consistent with council direction to maintain that minimum of 565 spaces throughout the process. Currently, even though Stockman's Park is under construction, there are still 567 parking spaces available in this downtown area here. The construction of the I Street Garage does not remove any existing parking, and it's scheduled to go underway mid to late spring of this year and take about a year to complete. The demolition of the Byerly building here will free up some additional parking, and Stockman's Park will be completed late spring, early summer, and will free up some additional parking. So all of these phases are well mapped out, and they're working together to maintain that parking supply. Under the downtown plan, the East Side Hotel, which will eventually be developed here, does not require completion of the I Street garage in order to begin construction. So,
could you repeat that? I think some people have missed that in previous council meetings. So could you say that again?
Sure. The construction of the hotel on this site here does not require the completion of the I Street garage in order to begin its construction.
So I hope everyone in the audience and listening, it's a key point. It's one of the pieces of misinformation that had been out there that I think we're trying to correct tonight.
In this parking phasing plan, however, the L Street garage does need to be constructed here in order for this northwest quadrant of the site to be developed. If the northern portion of the site were to be developed first for any use, such as a hotel or housing or anything else, the removal of parking in this area would result in a shortfall of about 164 spaces. And that assumes that the I Street garage is already done. So you would have a shortfall of about 164 spaces here if you didn't have a garage here and you just developed this northwest quadrant. But then you'd have an additional problem because you'd have something here, and then when you went to build your L Street garage, you wouldn't have any additional parking supply to offset that. So the problem would get worse. If you built this first and then built the L Street garage second, your deficit would balloon to 323 spaces.
So just to emphasize that very clearly, I hope everyone is out there, because this is another piece of misinformation that was out there. It's what was just stated. You cannot build something in the northwest corner and maintain the parking requirement without the L Street garage being built first. Therefore, there is no way to build something over there at the same schedule as on the east side.
Right. And actually, I'm going to pass this over to Mr. Stewart now, who's going to talk about schedule, among other things.
Thanks, Paul. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. So to talk a little bit about schedule and timing, the implementation of the city's downtown plan began in early 2018 with the remediation of some contaminated soils and also the installation of temporary parking, where you saw the diagram a few slides ago. You know, Veterans Way is now complete and Stockman's Park's under construction. That's what's going on behind the green construction fencing down on the site now. And then you're also aware there's a number of agreements that are already in place to implement the city's approved downtown plan, including disposition and development agreements and a development agreement with Presidio for the hotel, an agreement with the Stockmans for the downtown park in exchange for housing down here on the end of Pacific Housing, about 140 units for affordable housing units for veterans and or seniors. And then also an easement was granted in favor of the Stockmans over the downtown park and surrounding uses to ensure compatibility with the park and that the city meets its obligations to construct the park with the Stockmans. Some other agreements in place are disposition and development agreements with Red Bear for the commercial properties around, which will be an expansion of Blacksmith Square. Disposition, development, and loan agreement with Eden Housing, which has the loan component, which was $500,000 from the city's affordable housing fund for some of the pre-entitlement work necessary to get that application going. And then exclusive negotiating rights agreements with our cultural stakeholders, which is Quest for the Livermore Science and Society Center and Shakespeare Associates for development of the Black Box Theater. The Planning Commission and City Council have also looked at a number of land use entitlement applications for the components down there, including a couple rounds of specific plan amendments to implement that plan. The downtown design review for both the parking garages, the I Street garage and the L Street garage, the downtown design review and design standards for the landscaped areas and public areas around Stockman's Park, and then the actual specific design review for Stockman's Park itself. So this,
just 1 second. In terms of the sequence, again, I want to emphasize this. We said you can't develop the northwest corner without the L Street garage, and you cannot develop, you can't do the L Street garage without the I Street garage.
correct.
Just want to make sure everyone here understands that. Thank you.
Sure. And so up on the screen now is a calendar or sequence of construction time periods for those major components. And this assumes no delays by a referendum in March and no delays by an initiative in November. And as I mentioned, Veterans Way is complete. Stockman's Park's under construction. We anticipate having that done later this summer. Next in line is the I Street parking garage, which would commence this spring, take about a year to construct, and have that in place by spring of 2021. Then that follows with the commercial and hotel, which would start in the fall of 2020 of this year, and then be done commercial fall of 2021, the hotel the summer of 2022. And then as we've been discussing, the L Street parking garage would start in the fall of 2021 and also take about a year to construct and be done in fall of 2022. That clears the way for the rest of the uses on the site, the cultural, the housing, and Veterans Park to be completed by 2025. And
got one other question here.
Sure.
That timing on the L Street garage presumes that it is as designed.
That's correct.
So if for some reason in the after November timeframe there was a desire to redesign that L Street garage, that timeframe just got shifted out majorly, right? Several years.
Yes, it would.
So just want to make sure everybody understands this timeline here is assuming we don't have to redesign the L Street garage. But if we did for some reason, then any development in the northwest corner is pushed out many years.
Yes.
And then just wanted to highlight as well what Councilmember Carling brought up in our Assistant Community Development Director, Eric Uranga, that the city did get awarded a grant in the amount of $14 million to go towards the 130-unit project on the northwest corner of this site. And that's as part of the city's approved plan. If the initiative does pass in November 2020, then the city would essentially restart the development process to create a new project description, a new site plan with certainty regarding location, size, scale, design, and feasibility of the development components. So the initiative does allow a variety of land use options on multiple parcels or districts. Here on the map or on the screen, you'll see the initiative plan divided up into the various zoning districts of the specific plan, where the text in the initiative language then identifies what uses could go in each of those districts. And one thing that's fixed is the housing shown here in the middle of the site, separated from the First Street businesses by a surface parking lot. So, for example, the site...
I have another question.
Sure.
What's shown there in the initiative in that housing south of Veterans Way, where the city plan has parking, which I believe was the number one priority, that number one priority parking behind the First Street businesses in this initiative, if I understand you correctly, is being replaced with the last priority housing in that section that you just indicated.
That's correct, in District 2.
So just repeat that. The initiative replaces the number one priority parking, convenient to First Street, with the last priority high triple density housing.
If I may ask, housing in that location what does that do to Veterans Way?
In this diagram, it's shown as in the same location. It may require some location of utilities and some landscaping.
So we'd have to do some more work on a completed street?
Correct.
Okay,
That's
so
correct.
the street's incomplete, we'd have to do something different with it then?
Yes.
Wow.
And the other question I wanted to point out, that sub-district you have there, the middle green one in the north, just above that, it looks like it's encroaching on the Stockman's Park easement. So they're going into the Stockman's Park easement with this initiative. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I wanted to speak to just go back for a second to the work that was done by the steering committee and with the experts who brought in, and just differentiate that from opinion. There were several different pieces to this process. One was bringing in the experts. So if we go back to the key learnings from the on the retail uses and the hotel key learnings on the downtown hotel, those were gathered from people whose job it is, who are trained in making these things happen, some of them who make their living doing it, some of whom study it, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. That is as distinct from the outreach process, which looked at 10 different areas and gathered opinions, preferences from citizens as to how they wanted their community to be, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Two of those were finances and housing. Those ended up being numbers 9 and 10, if I remember correctly.
Yes, that's correct.
I think it would be very difficult to say that anybody would believe that finances should be number 9. So there, so therefore something's going on with the, and I don't believe that the people who filled this out really were thinking that, oh golly, I don't care about finances. My guess is it was more like, finances are important, but that's not really what we're talking about here. We're talking about something else. Similarly, I just want to be clear with the housing. We're in a situation where we're talking about affordable housing. We're talking about problems with housing. So the fact that those were number 10 may speak to the issues of individuals, but perhaps not the issues for the city as a whole. I would hate to think that in this city, really, housing was number 10 for really we didn't care about it to that degree. I am concerned about that. With that in mind, the initiative plan, I believe, or the initiative, the zoning concept thing, takes the idea of affordable housing and removes affordable housing. Is that correct?
It's not clearly defined. I will say that the size of the units is about 550 square feet per unit, studio and 1-bedroom units, which typically don't have the variety of bedroom mixes and product is typically more competitive for affordable housing financing. And we do have a disposition and development agreement and loan agreement with Eden Housing, a reputable affordable housing builder.
The other thing, sorry, just to mention, the $14 million grant had been mentioned earlier. That is only for the Eden project. If the project were changed, that money would not necessarily flow to any other housing project.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that was clear to everybody. The $14 million that Eden Housing proposed on was for studio 1, 2, 3 bedroom affordable housing.
Yes.
In that location.
Right.
And that would not be applied to housing in this particular
correct
drawing.
Right. And the sizes of those units, as Mr. Stewart pointed out, it was around 500 square feet for the initiative. But what Eden Housing is proposing, I think the average size was 770 square feet, but it was actually labeled as multifamily housing, which I believe went up to 1,200 square feet for the 3 bedrooms. What I think is interesting to note is in the drawings for the initiative, those 500 square foot units were labeled as multifamily housing. And I don't see how you're going to put a family into basically a 2-car garage.
And I'd like to find out too, to make sure what, if non-affordable, how, if that $14 million isn't used as designated, what is our next step with that?
That goes back to the county.
Okay.
If we can't.
City pays it back? Do you mean the grant that we're talking about? Okay, so the grant is applied to that specific project. We don't see it on the screen here, but the city's approved plan that Eden Housing put in for. If Eden is unable to move forward with that project, that money would go back into the county pool and would go to another jurisdiction. Okay, thank you.
All right, so just back to the illustrative concept here, and that different uses can go in different locations. An example of that is on the east side of Livermore Avenue in District 2.44. What's depicted in the diagram is a parking structure with some commercial here, and then either on the rooftop or a ground floor there. That district also allows a black box theater or a Science and Society Center with a conditional use permit. A black box theater is also allowed up in District 2.45, and that's shown on the diagram here. It's also allowed in District 2.48, and so it's allowed in a number of locations, which sort of emphasize the need for public dialogue on where those uses should go, how big they should be, what they should look like, and how they should interact.
So can I just elaborate on that? So what you're saying is that the initiative is really not specific about what could be, right? So therefore we'd have to do outreach because we don't really know what's being voted on in particular for a particular plan.
That's correct. It's only specific on the housing location.
But there are two specific things that the initiative does. One is it precludes housing where we have the deal with Eden Housing where we get that money from the county, right?
Yes.
So it stops that, it cuts out that possibility. And the other thing it does, even though it's got lots of variation, the other thing it very clearly does is almost allow anything but a hotel where it's always been planned.
That's correct.
Right. So that's what's going on. We have uncertainty as to what would get built, wide variety in the sizes of things, but two specific things: kill the housing deal that we've got, kill the hotel.
Yes.
And then so just looking a little closer at the initiative concept and some of the provisions within that. So here the footprint of the Science and Society Center is about 6,000 square feet. The initiative text allows a black box theater or a science center at this location up to 30,000 square feet in size. Shakespeare Association's proposing about a 15,000 square foot black box theater, and the Quest Science Center is proposing about a 20,000 square foot building. And so just to give an idea of what some of those sizes look like, we've superimposed some of those sizes on this plan. So this box represents a 15,000 square foot footprint in that district, overlaying over the initiatives building. The next box is a 30,000 square foot, either black box theater or a Science and Society Center. That size could change depending if there's a mezzanine or another story.
So that actually goes into what they propose as a hotel. It actually extends that building, actually goes into where their hotel is, and obliterates that continuous park that we keep hearing about. It takes that away. So when you keep hearing compare and decide, that takes out the park. There's no continuous connection to L Street, which this community keeps being told over and over again is what they want, but according to the initiative, that goes away.
That's correct.
So can I build on that? So if you actually intended to have your drawing represent your initiative, you would have had your initiative sizes much less. So I'm personally led to believe that this drawing compared to the initiative is, the term I use is bait and switch.
A couple more examples to look at. This shows a 30,000 square foot footprint for a black box theater, overlaying over the about 10,000, a little over 10,000 square foot footprint shown in the initiative plan, about 10,500 square feet footprint that is. And then the initiative also shows a small soccer field here. It's about 50 feet wide by 100 feet long.
It's quite a bit smaller than a soccer field.
It is quite smaller, and I did.
But that's definitely a soccer field, because you can see the goal boxes.
Right. So I did some work on both the Granada and Livermore High School soccer fields. Are a bit smaller than a full-size professional dimension, but they're both 195 feet wide by 360 feet long. And so, really what we've talked about is all these shapes and how they fit on there, just emphasize the need for community dialogue, how that would need to occur if the initiative passes and we kind of start from scratch on these.
So it's not only community dialogue. If the initiative passes, I think, frankly, the community should pay real close attention to this reality of what's in the initiative versus what's the rhetoric and of the diagram.
Well, when people are being told compare and decide, this is quite remarkable, because the Black Box Theater takes out about a third of Stockman Park, the grass area of Stockman Park. So what they've been shown, from what you're saying, that does not at all match what's in the initiative. That it's a fantasy compared to the drawing, because I think this is remarkable. The 6,000 square foot Quest building, and seeing what is proposed in the initiative is 5 times larger than that, and it obliterates what people have been told is a continuous park. So again, compare and decide the truth of what they've compared to what they've actually seen in the diagrams.
Right, and when they say compare and decide, they say, well, look at my drawing versus the other drawing. They don't say, look at what I'm really going to do versus what, the language.
The scale doesn't match at all.
Well, I think this is incredibly important for the people of this community to understand what's being sold here with misleading diagrams.
Councilmember Cooper.
I'm much more comfortable with the city's plan, because I think that the Black Box Theater and the Quest Center should have equal access to Livermore Avenue. I think that was the whole point of putting them there. You put one over in L Street and it may get lost, and who's going to wander over that way through a soccer field and things to get there? But I like its proximity to Stockman's Park and Livermore Avenue, so we can have some more chance at making them successful. That's the most important piece.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
So on to the timing part of that. So again, if we were to follow a process similar to the other attempts to develop the site back in 2012, 2015, and 2017, then we'd go through the steps you'll see on the screen there, and I'll just try and summarize those real quickly. Again, it would be difficult to commence with any development before the City Council establishes goals and priorities, much like you did before we kicked off the public engagement in 2017. That would occur next sort of winter, where you would also talk about the budget for the fiscal years 2021, 22, and
so we're talking about next February.
Yes.
before anything could start.
Right.
Okay.
And then following that, we would look to engage in look to get community engagement to figure out what the community wants in terms of what would be allowed in the initiative. Prepare new technical analyses to ensure feasibility and traffic flows, roadway improvements, infrastructure needed, and long-term maintenance costs. Council would select a plan, and we're having that in 1 month, which is an aggressive time frame. And then we prepare RFPs to seek development partners since some of the existing partners may not want to continue. Circulate the RFP, provide public review of the proposals, enter into agreements like we do have already with the stakeholders. Those stakeholders would need to prepare their plans, much like the at least cultural and hotel have already done. And then the Planning Commission Council will need to see those again and approve those entitlements. Prepare construction drawings for those, prepare and circulate the bid documents for the public parking structures. Construct the new L Street parking structure and the structure next to the bankhead. And that would be, those two garages would be necessary to start anything on the Livermore Village lot. And so in total, all of those steps is about to take more than 4 years to get to the start of construction. That's on the larger city-owned site. And assuming the process begins in the spring of 2021, that would result in construction of the hotel beginning in the spring of 2025 compared to the fall of 2020 under the city plan. And this all assumes that the new plan would not be delayed by more referendums and initiatives.
There's a couple of other assumptions there,
Sure.
which I think you're about to get into. It also assumes that the state laws that have been enacted at the beginning of this year, it ignores their existence and the potential legal battles that we're going to get into. But this schedule is just for the physical part of deciding what to do. It's a whole other world that we're about to get into with respect to the legal. And I would just want to say is that this physical schedule could very well be delayed until the legal issues are resolved.
That's correct.
So they don't happen in parallel. This doesn't start until after we've got clarity legally.
That's right. And that's a perfect segue to get into your city attorney, Mr. Alcala, who will look at some of the recent legislation.
Good evening. At our last council meeting, the City Council asked for specific information on the Assembly Bill 1486 that went into effect on January 1st of this year. At that meeting, I gave a brief overview. There is a comprehensive analysis of this bill on my webpage and my city attorney reports. Just to summarize, this bill expands the surplus property requirements for cities. There are actually two separate legislative schemes that exist out there. One where the city can declare property surplus if it's no longer necessary for its use. There's a second one that says the city can declare it surplus if it is in excess of its foreseeable needs. This bill combines those two and requires a single report to now be sent to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, along with the city's housing element for its general plan. And the understanding would be that the HCD would then review that surplus property analysis as part of the housing element review to make sure the city is meeting its reasonable housing needs assessment, its RENA numbers. It does retain prior law that says if you don't comply with the requirements for your housing element, penalties can be implemented. But more importantly, for our situation, is that this bill does create an exemption for certain projects that we should say are in the pipeline. If you had an agreement that it was in existence and signed prior to September 30th of last year, they've allowed you to continue completion of that with two caveats. One, you have the agreement. And two, that project is completed by the end of disposition, is completed by the end of 2022. There's a second part of that bill that creates another exemption for property that was listed in your long-range property management plan.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
On the first, just want to make sure I have the right understanding. With respect to everything in the city's approved plan, we comply with that first exemption.
That is correct. You have agreements with your partners.
So we have no issues with the approved plan and Assembly Bill 1486.
The agreements the city has with its partners for the Science and Society Center, the Blacksmith Square expansion, the Wine Country Hotel at the Bankhead, and the housing project with Eden Housing, all of those agreements would allow the city to avail itself of this exemption. Yes. There's a second exemption that looks to the dissolution of the former RDA and the Livermore Successor Agency's long-range property management plan that was approved by both the Oversight Board, the Livermore Successor Agency, and ultimately the Department of Finance. That exemption says that if the long-range property management plan identified a particular property for future development, the city can continue to pursue that future development if it gets into an agreement by the end of this year, and again, finally completes that disposition before the end of 2022. That's another exemption that would apply to the hotel. So the hotel actually has two exemptions that would apply to it to avoid the application of 1486. Failing those, or if those projects do not lead to completion and disposition, AB 1486 would be implemented against those properties in their disposition.
So I have another couple of questions related to this, if I may.
Excuse me?
I have another question relating to this, because in Section 13 of 1486, you just talked about the long-range property plan. But what Section 13 says, and I would hope that Tamara Royce and others are listening carefully, is that it says, with respect to land held in the Community Redevelopment Property Trust Fund or in the long-range plan. So I want to pursue that. So with respect to the northwest corner where we currently have housing in the long-range plan, and we do not have a hotel in the long-range plan, but the one exemption that people might want to hang their hat on is, is it held in the Community Redevelopment Property Trust Fund? So the question is, for that northwest corner, is that property held in the Community Redevelopment Trust Fund?
My understanding is that it is not. That property was transferred to the city as a housing asset as the housing successor to the former RDA.
Okay, so understand the answer. That property is not in the Community Redevelopment Trust Fund, and it is in a housing fund. Second point is I don't know if you get this right, but is the property in the long-range property management plan in the northwest corner, is it offered for sale or future development?
No, it was identified in context with the long-range property management plan, acknowledging it was designated as a housing asset and transferred to the city.
Okay. So it's not designated for sale or future development, such as for a hotel, and it is a housing asset.
That is correct.
So, just to summarize, if anybody's going to go into Section 13 of 1486 and talk about exemptions, I want to make it clear that they do not apply to the northwest corner in any way so that you could go to a hotel there.
Very good. So if there are no further questions, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Spence.
And I will just say that concludes staff's presentation. Be happy to answer any additional questions that you may have. Thank you.
Wow, a lot of information. Any questions at this point for staff? Okay, I'm going to open up the public comment period. Got about a dozen cards here. Asa Strout, Savannah Vento Chun, and Marianne Brent. Mr. Stroud.
Hi, Asa Strout. Just wanted to call out a couple of things that I noticed during the presentation that I wanted to highlight just a little bit. I know the question was asked about the affordable housing and how it was stricken. It's actually at the bottom of page 8 on the initiative. There's a sentence there that identifies the house in the 130 units as affordable housing. That line is clearly removed and replaced with just 84 units of housing. So, that single word in the, state law and, even within the city means that housing is designated as affordable housing. It means there's certain subsidies that go with it, income requirements and everything. Simply removing that one word changes the housing drastically to the point where it is, it's not the same housing anymore. And to say that it is that it's affordable because it's smaller is, one, disingenuous to state law and everybody who is trying to get a clear picture and understanding of what is happening with their downtown plan, and two, relatively offensive to those that they are talking about moving into those areas. What they're saying is, we don't want you to have a 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, or 1-bedroom housing unit that works best for your family. You can live in a small studio and you can make it work because it's affordable, because at a market rate. But that's not what that word means. Affordable is a mechanism that allows low-income individuals, and in this case, those making under, I think Mr. Scott, yeah, it's actually it's gone up. No, I can actually show you the number. An individual in Livermore that makes less than $65,000 is considered low income. Our teacher starting salary is $54,000. So that's what we're talking about here. There was the statistic mentioned where I think it was 30% of our population pays more than 50% of their income on housing. Affordable housing is there to prevent that. Market rate housing does not solve that. It can still be increased. It can still allow for somebody to pay 50% or more of their housing. That is not the same, and it's very disingenuous to make that implication otherwise. And so one quick thing before I also end too, one of the things that I do believe is missing from this conversation as well when we're comparing plans is the associated parking that comes with housing. The approved plan has an underground parking plan that's going to accommodate the residents. The initiative zoning changes don't have dedicated parking for the residents. We're talking 84 units at about a rate of 1.5 spots per unit. That's 120 parking spots that are unaccounted for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strout. Savannah Vento Chun, Marianne Brent, Susan Putnam.
Hello, everyone. I'm Savannah. Thank you so much. I came today because I really want to show and express my support for Yes on Measure P. I also wanted to express how unbelievably frustrated I am, and other people of my generation, and how frustrated we are that members of our community are okay with taking advantage and to vulnerable people and manipulating and being purposefully deceiving. It's absolutely disturbing that we have members of our community who are willing to filibuster progress, and that's exactly what this is. I think it's so disheartening to go to the gas station or go to the grocery store and I'm trying to just get my day done because I'm working very hard. I'm trying to save my money so I could buy a home here. And I have people who are hired who don't even live in this community and were hired to just essentially practice guerrilla tactics to get signatures to vulnerable people. And I think, unfortunately, for the opposition, all they've done is seem to energize people of my generation, because there's nothing we dislike more than people being purposely misleading. So I'm really hoping that throughout this entire process, we could do things. I appreciate everybody being here and pointing out the actual facts of this. And I can promise that people will 100% compare and decide. And I don't think the opposition will be too happy with what we come up with. Thank you.
Thank you. Marianne Brent, Susan Putnam, Ben Barrientos.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council and staff, I have a statement for myself, and then also Loretta Caskey was on 604, so you combined the two. Will you permit me to read Loretta's also?
No, everybody can speak one time, but because otherwise someone would come up here and read 5 letters, or you could have 8 people read 8 letters and then have their own 3 minutes of comment. So that would extend the hearing. So if you wish to read her letter, that's fine, and you can add some comments. But in fairness to everybody, it's 3 minutes.
Total.
Right, because you can make your comments. I did the same thing with Kathy Streeter. So I try to be fair with everybody. But if you have your comments, you can read your comments. But you have 3 minutes. You can't read 4 other people's letters for 3 minutes each, because that means that I don't know if they actually wrote those. You could somebody could come up here with 15 minutes and say that it's attributed to 3 different people or 5 different people.
Okay, but there were 2 agenda items, and I signed up for mine for 1 agenda
item.
item.
And we decided to cover both of them because the comments were going to be pretty much the same. So it's 6.0304, and everybody's going to have the same amount of time to speak, and that's 3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay.
Thank you.
And Susan Putnam was not able to come, so she was next.
So people are required to fill out their own cards. So somebody else filled out her card?
Yes, I did, because I understood she was coming. So
okay,
I was
that's
mistaken.
something we need to address, because we've made it a point that everybody has to fill out their own card. So okay, so
I'm
please.
sorry, I didn't realize that.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, so I will just read Loretta Caskey's.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. If the activity is about creating factual information, there needs to be information about how quickly the city could move if this project were a priority. The staff report for 6.04 creates a timeline of 4 or more years should the initiative pass, and indeed it is possible that if the council wishes, it could stretch the time frame to 4 or more years, but that is not necessary. The timeline allocates for all manner of unneeded activities. In addition, various activities listed could occur concurrently, and none of those are noted. The staff report has 8 months for planning and conducting public outreach. That's more time than the city spent last time, and the city has already done that outreach. The outreach the city did is no less relevant to a West Side hotel versus an East Side hotel. Indeed, both were included in the outreach, and the West Side was preferred. Stockman's Park was not at all a part of the outreach, but council felt confident moving forward with Stockman's Park plan without further outreach. Technical analyses can be conducted in parallel with other work, and items such as, quote, enter into agreements for development, unquote, can indeed take months, or an ENRA can be completed in weeks. And of course, there are temporary parking solutions that can allow parking construction and hotel construction to have significant overlap. While we appreciate that planning is difficult and complex, we are confident that the city is quite capable of doing it quickly, given the immense amount of work already done on this project. There should be no significant additional delay by going with the Central Park plan. Thank you.
You do have another minute, so if you wanted to speak from your perspective, you've got another 49 seconds. Go for it.
Okay. Okay, in a point-by-point criticism of the Central Park Plan flyer, the city is claiming that their own plan has .95 more acres of public open space than the Central Park Plan. Never mind that the city does not dispute the flyer's assertion that the city has a 1.1 acre park and residential yard counted as open space, unquote. Actually, the Central Park Plan has 3.08 acres of park from the Bankhead Plaza to L Street. The city uses the term open space, including paths and landscaping around walkways, as well as the residential yards around their 4 condo buildings. Open space is not the same as a park. Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Brandt.
Yes.
Ben Barrientos, Jean King, Richard Ryan.
Good evening. I appreciate the City Council's work and the mayor. I'm going to throw some facts at you, and I was looking while I was subbing in a high school today, going crazy. Income to buy a house, according to some stats in the Bay Area, they say you need to earn $333,000 a year to buy a house in the Bay Area. To rent, you need to make $216,000. But I found a positive. If you want to move to Detroit, you need to make $38,000. One of my wrestlers went there to get a job. He loves it. I got a 5-bedroom house with 3 beds and a thing in the top he calls an attic. Anyway, and then the average starting salary of teachers starting is $50,000, police $87,000, firefighters about $45,000, or for firefighters $21 an hour. And a college grad to graduate, when he graduates, he's going to have to pay 79% of his salary for rent. So they say that you need to earn about $41 an hour to make it in the Bay Area. I don't know how many you guys do, but I don't. As a teacher, as a coach right now, I make 25 cents an hour. So to compare and decide, the Central Park has 48 affordable housing units. They're smaller, yes, studio units, up to 1 bedrooms, and they are subsidized. And my question was to Scott, is what does affordable housing mean? I have a 3-bedroom house. To buy it, it's $750,000 right now. And the other plan proposes a 3-bedroom unit, so what's that going to cost? Is that going to be affordable for a teacher starting at $50,000? So and I know the city has 330 units and proposed, and we do have affordable housing set up. It's not devious or misleading. It is affordable housing. It's smaller, and it's mainly catering to the smaller, younger people who, not small. Younger people have a small house. They don't have kids, so we need to have a good mix to have the young humans who are single or just married and no kids to live in the area. They will go out to the coffee houses and restaurants because most of these kids I know don't know how to cook. Anyway, that's my proposal. And the other thing is I'm inviting the Lions Club is having a speakers contest for high school kids, and I'm inviting you to come to it. It's on February the 23rd, and the topic is homelessness. What is the solution? And these kids come up with out-of-the-box solutions and ideas. And I think we do have to speak out of the box and think something else about the homeless situation. And it's not, like you said, a silver bullet. It's going to take a lot of work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrientos. Jean King, Richard Ryan, Doris Ryan.
Good evening, I'm Jean King. I think it is not quite fair when you have 2 items on the agenda that we are not allowed to speak on both items because they are different, the initiative and the referendum. But you've made your decision, but I'm just making that comment. Pardon my voice, but I'm still getting over the cold. I do not have time in my 3 minutes to answer all your comments that you have made about the initiative tonight. But I am going to talk a little bit about the legal things. One, the housing in the initiative is affordable, not just affordable because they're smaller units, but because they will be affordable in general. Plus, they will be less because they're smaller units. The hotel report that was done for the steering committee was made at least 4 years ago. Times have changed and the economy has changed, and I don't think the issues about how much retail and how much size of a hotel are applicable to the same as they were then as they are now. The temporary parking can be used. This is very disjointed, but I'm just answering some things that you said very quickly. The temporary parking can be used to consider during construction so that we don't have to just think about the parking that's on our site. The initiative has more parking along Livermore Avenue where it is needed the most, even though some is being taken away right behind the ale house. But in general, the 244 additional parking places that the initiative has along Livermore Avenue makes up for that. The outreach results were for this area only, and it was not as a general opinion about what should be in the city as general. So when the outreach people came back and said housing was number 10, that did not say that they thought housing was unimportant in the whole city. They voiced their opinion that they didn't want housing in this special place. They wanted more parks, they wanted the cultural things, they wanted those things, but they did not feel that this was the place on this wonderful area that the city owns to have housing. And I think that's a misstatement that was put forward. Also, when you talk about the square footage, when the plan says that you can have 30,000, up to 30,000 square feet for a certain cultural item, that does not mean the footprint is 30,000. It can be multi-levels, and so that you can have a much smaller footprint than 30,000, but the total square footage in the building can be more than that. So I think that's an inconsistency in your story. The park, when you talk about the soccer fields, the things that were put on there were just suggestions for the Central Park. We did not say we were requiring a soccer field there. It was a suggestion. Okay, I have a whole thing that I would like to have read about the legal things, the SB 330, but I did not have time to do that.
If you could give those comments to the city clerk.
And I can give them to the city clerk. I do have them printed out. So thank you very much.
And since you're here, just a couple of questions that I have. We, the council, have not been privy to the information from the proposed hotel developer that you have. We haven't heard the name of the company, the brand, or a number of components. But one of the questions that I have is, could you pull up the initiative sub-districts, please, the slide for that? It's the one just before the, it's actually the initiative site plan, the initial slide on that. Yeah, there we go. Taking it back to the beginning. Okay, thank you. So looking at the hotel on the northwest corner of that site, where is the parking for that?
Where's the parking for that? That parking will have to be arranged. They also were not proposing to have it be underground, but they were proposing to have it be nearby, and that parking may either be across the street, as in, as a rental property there, or perhaps they also said that they could rent some spaces because they say when they need it most is in the evening, like at 10 o'clock, and they would rent some spaces from the city in that parking area, and that would be a time when other citizens were not coming down as much. Okay.
So they're proposing that the city would build the parking for them and that they would lease the parking from the city?
That was one proposal. Now, I can't, that was just something that was put out there, but it would have to come.
Only to you.
When, pardon me?
Only to you, because we haven't heard
right,
that.
Because the hotelier has said that it is not right for him to enter in as long as you have the agreement with Presidio and that you have not definitely decided that you want to have a West Side hotel, that it is not proper for him to come in with some specific agreements.
Understood, but
yes.
The idea of, but what I've just heard is that the hotelier that you're talking with would require the city to build the parking structure for
Okay,
his...
no, that was one thought of what could be done. But the hotelier, I shouldn't have said that. The hotelier does not want to enter in as long as you have an agreement with another hotelier.
Understood. But,
okay.
But we have been told multiple times that the bigger hotel would have more convenient parking than the city's plan. But if I'm looking at the hotel structure, the L Street garage, and I'm looking at the front of the hotel on Railroad, that doesn't look more convenient.
Well, but there's also entrances that are going to be going on to the park too also. No, I really shouldn't have said it. I really should have not supposed to tell you exactly what the hotelier, because the hotelier did not want any of his plans and stuff public. So I apologize.
What you're saying is that the hotelier is not providing
talk
any
about
parking.
that.
No, but you're saying the
talk about
hotelier is not providing any parking. Either the city builds the parking for him.
Can I retract my statement? Can I unring my bell?
No, because
because I really shouldn't have said that from the hotelier, because he did not want to come out and be public about it.
But we're being told compare and decide.
Yes.
This is what our community is being told, compare and decide. But the community is being told that the parking is going to be more convenient for the hotel. But what I'm hearing is that the hotelier has no idea where the parking is going to be.
No, he does have ideas, and one was across the street and getting rental parking space across. But I really...
But that's not more convenient.
Well, if it is, it's across Railroad Avenue. Anyway, I really do not want to be tied down to saying something that he wants to do at this time. Okay. But I will turn this in.
Thank you.
I can turn it in later. Okay.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Well, something else to consider is that, as far as I know, this is all a myth anyway. We have no response, as far as I know, of anybody to our letter that we said, hey, we don't have an agreement in place that precludes. Please, if you've got something, right? Now, this isn't to you, Gene. This is to staff.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
As far as I know, no one has responded to our request to step forward with any interest whatsoever for the thing. And even some of the people that we have reached out to refuse to answer staff's calls. Is that correct?
We have not gotten any responses or any inquiries from anyone.
So I just want to comment. We're going to get into these legal issues, and we haven't even begun to plumb that. My attitude is the hotelier is a myth. Nobody's showed up. And the legal issue's precluded anyway, so it's kind of like, why talk about something that's not possible?
What I think what's also interesting is that, again, we're being asked to compare and decide, and yet what we just heard is that the hotelier...
Well, there is no hotelier.
Well, but the one that's talking to them and not us.
Well, the mythical hotelier.
But they want the city to build the parking for them. And I just find that quite remarkable. Okay, I'm back to the public hearing. Sorry, Richard Ryan, Doris Ryan, Ralph Moyer.
Good evening. I'm Dick Ryan. I'd like to discuss the finances for this. Besides better serving the people of Livermore, an important benefit of the Central Park Plan is that it will return more money to the city. It is estimated that the Central Park alternate plan revenues will be $506,000 more annually, and that comes over a 30-year period to be something like $15 million more. These estimates are those of Willdan Financial Services in Oakland, not ours. Willdan is a highly respected firm that advises governments and businesses with 17 offices in California and 56 offices nationwide. The Willdan study looks at property taxes, transient occupancy taxes, paid parking income, and sales taxes. The Central Park Plan provides for a hotel with 25 more rooms and more amenities, including a restaurant. The resulting taxes are therefore significantly higher. In addition, the West Hotel developer with whom Willdan spoke will pay the city for 75 parking spaces, which you've discussed here a little bit, at $750 per night to be used late in the evening when parking use will otherwise be low. Because the Central Park plan offers retail space on the east side of Livermore Avenue within and alongside the multi-use parking facility, it provides more sales tax revenue than does the city plan. The important question is whether the extra income would cover the additional costs incurred by the Central Park plan. The three major costs are parking. Because the total number of parking spaces with both plans is about the same, the extra expense in the Central Park plan of providing for the same number of stalls in 3 garages on I Street, L Street, and Livermore Avenue versus the same number of stalls in 2 garages in the city's plan adds up to about $2.5 million more. The park area, since the Central Park plan has a larger park than the city's plan, it will cost about $1.5 million more than the city plan. Veterans Way, it will cost maybe $1 million more to move Veterans Way 10 feet north. However, this expense may not be necessary. In conclusion, a possible $5 million increase in expenses would be more than covered by the additional $15 million in the Central Park plan contributing to the city's general fund compared to the city's plan, with the net yield of over $10 million more. Therefore, the Central Park plan is this fiscally responsible plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Doris Ryan, Ralph Moyer, Lanning Thompson.
Good evening. I am Doris Ryan, and I'm reading this letter for Tamara Royce, who could not be at this meeting. I would like this statement to be considered under items 6.03 and 6.04. Our organization, Protect Central Park, is evaluating the implications of the Surplus Land Act as amended by AB 1486. Our review indicates that nothing negatively impacts the Central Park plan. It is also unclear whether this law applies to an initiative at all. We have learned that there is an exception for former redevelopment agency land that is subject to an exclusive negotiating rights agreement if entered into by December 31st, 2020 and completed by December 31st, 2022. Such agreements can be executed for the various components of the Central Park plan within the allotted time frame after voter approval on November 3rd of this year. Also, parcels that are a half acre or less are not deemed appropriate for housing as specified in the statute. Most of the sites in the Central Park plan fall within this exemption. In addition, moving modest amounts from purchase agreements with developers to the city's Affordable Housing Fund is a viable option to preserve the elements of the Central Park plan once approved by the voters. Above and beyond these considerations, it is not clear that AB 1486, which addresses how local agencies may dispose of surplus land, applies to an initiative measure. In this case, the citizen-led Central Park Plan initiative qualified for the ballot before the requirements of AB 1486 went into effect. The initiative power is an important right reserved to the people under the California Constitution and is broadly construed in the law. Laws that restrict this power may be challenged by local residents and citizens' rights groups and could be found to violate the California Constitution. The claim that the city will face expensive lawsuits by housing proponents for noncompliance is highly speculative given these uncertainties. Furthermore, we don't think delay caused by litigation is an issue based on what we currently know about the provisions of the new legislation. It is concluded that it is premature to assume AB 1486 will adversely impact the ability to implement the Central Park Plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. Ralph Moyer, Lanning Thompson, Nakoa Chun.
I'm Ralph Moyer, but I've been asked to read this from Jeff Caskey.
Okay.
Letter.
Go for it.
The staff report for 6.04, which is regarding factual information concerning the referendum against Ordinance 2089. Instead, is mostly about the later initiative. Nowhere in the staff report is there information about the effect of the referendum. Simply, the referendum affirms or a no vote repeals Ordinance 2089, the Presidio Development Agreement. By repealing the development agreement, the initiative to be put to the voters in November becomes meaningful. The intent of Measure P is to allow the developer to proceed without regard to the voter initiative, and that's information which should be made clear to the voters. A no vote on the referendum does not prevent the city's exact plan from going forward if that's what the voters decide in November. A yes vote makes the November initiative vote irrelevant. The extensive text in the staff report is arguably interesting, but does not at all address Council's request for information on the referendum. If any information is going to be made public by the city regarding the referendum, it should be to clarify what the referendum is and is not about. Regards, Jeff Kasky.
Thank you, Mr. Moyer. Lanning Thompson, Nikeo Chun, Donner Gilwa.
Good evening again. Measure P is about reconfirming the location of the hotel next to the bankhead, but it's part of the city's approved plan for the downtown, which includes 130 apartments intended to provide housing for families with good jobs who currently can't afford a decent place to live in Livermore. We need all 130 of those apartments. They will be built by Eden Housing, which specializes in affordable housing and is a nonprofit. They will offer varying numbers of bedrooms to accommodate different family configurations. We need to provide rental apartments. These are not condos, which can be bought and sold. They're rental apartments that our teachers and social workers can afford. Right now, local agencies are having difficulty hiring staff to provide services to the homeless people living on our streets because their candidates can't afford to live here on nonprofit wages. But now people need to focus on what might happen if we don't go ahead with the city's agreements with Eden and Presidio. Assembly Bill 1486, which went into effect January 1st, will require the city to report any surplus land that doesn't already have plans. If we don't build the hotel next to the bankhead, which would be kind of grandfathered in the way I look at it, and we end up dissolving the development agreement with Presidio, the state could then decide to build a low-income apartment building on that site that potentially could be 8 stories high, because the new law says it could be 3 stories higher than nearby buildings, and the bankhead is 5 stories. Affirming the city's plan for downtown by voting yes on Measure P will keep this much-needed housing as 4 buildings of only 3 to 4 stories surrounded by open space. This means we have local control over the height and density of this housing. To the people who think removing yes on P signs from people's yards in order to defeat this measure will enable a nicer downtown because their plan has only 84 tiny apartments, it's time to think again. And removing your opposition signs is a really tacky thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Nikeo Chun, Don Argula, Lisa Tromovich.
Good evening. So I'll be talking a little bit more. We haven't really talked about it, but first of all, my name's Nicola. But I kind of want to address the situation with, I guess, prolonging this Measure P and, not going with the yes on P. The wine industry will hurt off of this. I think it's frustrating to see that we have to go and talk about, prolonging this, and I think we should go on with this Measure P, because without, for instance, we just got married, and a lot of my family members couldn't visit the wineries. Winery is a huge thing, I think, in Livermore, and I think what attracts Livermore. So not having this and prolonging this will hurt us a lot financially. And that being said, I just heard another story of another couple who just got married. All their family members were visiting other wineries outside of Livermore because there was no hotel. So the quicker we can build this, we can get more financial stable. Also, being a college graduate, I don't want to be moving back into a 500-foot place. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chun. Don Argula, Lisa Tromovich, Ali Felker.
Thank you, Mayor Marchand, City Council members, and City staff. I'm Don Argula, CEO of the Livermore Valley Chamber of Commerce, and I just want to go on record, once again, reaffirming our support for the downtown plan that was adopted by this City Council in 2018 after an extensive public process and analysis and guidance from experts in the field that advised the city professional staff and the public on what would be the boundaries of what we could do on that parcel and be successful. So, we continue to support you, and we're happy to continue to be a resource for folks who are seeking factual information on the plan and what it entails and what the referendum and the initiative mean. Also, I do want to just say a couple of extra things about having gone through all of that process and all of that extensive analysis and evaluation. There are a few folks that have a lot of skin in this game, namely those partners or those investors that have already spent, and those are comprised of our entities, private and nonprofit, who are developing the different elements of this plan. That have already spent hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in designing, engineering, environmental, to actually deliver a real project as envisioned and approved and supported by this community. So let's not forget that. They have already made an investment in our community. I also want to say, for all of these individuals that have all of these hotel developers, other experts out there who keep lobbying all of this information out there, who have absolutely no stake in this community. They don't have a business here. They don't spend money here. They don't pay taxes here. They have not shown themselves here. They have not offered their information to our professional staff here for analysis and evaluation. So it's really great to stand on the sidelines and say, hey, we hate your plan and we have information that says that we can do it even better. But, to actually show us what you have is another thing altogether. And I believe that the residents and the voters of this community are pretty sharp, and that they will take all of this in consideration when they go to vote in March. Measure P, yes on P, is public, purposeful, planned progress, and this Chamber of Commerce supports that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Argula. Lisa Tromovich, Ali Felker.
Hi, I'm Lisa Tromovich. Thank you all for your hard work. I just wanted to state I do agree with Lanning Thompson's comments, especially her cautioning us about the possible 8-story housing next to the bankhead if we do not move forward with our plan. I haven't read the entire AB 1486. I got it right. But I'm halfway through it, and if I were the state, I would do it. If we mess up and we're just going to fritter away and not move forward with our plan, and that most of that land downtown was purchased with housing money, I'd come in and build a housing unit 8 stories high if I could. I think we'd be more than foolish to assume that that isn't going to happen. If you just read it, you'll see. I also say I want to agree with everything Don Argula said, and I can speak for the board of Livermore Shakespeare Festival when I say we also stand with the chamber in their comments and their sentiments. I want to thank you for staff for doing all that work on the drawings to sort of show us what the possible outcomes of the initiative could be, because it's so nebulous. It could be almost anything. There's lots of options, which means there's no plan. So it's not a plan. So you can't say that the plan will raise money or do this or do anything, because it's not actually a plan. It's a bunch of options. And I do want to affirm the city's estimate of 4 years. I've been combing over that in here. Needed to, if we start over, if we don't get our yes on P, I think it will take at least 4 years. This last 2 years that we've spent has just been on a revisit to an existing plan, zoning that took years to work out and put into play. The last 2 years have only been about really detailing that out. So that's 2 years to do that part. We're going to need at least 2 years to deal with new zoning and what's actually legal and physically possible, safe. Police, fire, they haven't had a chance to look at this and tell us what's okay. So yeah, at least 4 years. You guys might be generous on that. It might take longer. I do believe that getting this information out and the truth out, I really think you guys have made a real big effort here, council and staff, to do that. I'm not sure if everyone can hear it, but thank you for giving it a go. Because building our plan based on facts and based on something that's going to be good for the community long term, that's going to be functional and financially viable, is really important. And having the benefits of getting this plan done now, not starting over and waiting another 4 years, means that money will come in for jobs that are created, tourist dollars that will come in 4 years sooner, sales taxes that will come in 4 years sooner, and other benefits that come from supporting our small downtown businesses that if they go under, who knows what happens to a downtown if we get a bunch of empty storefronts. Thank you.
Thank you. Ellie Felker.
Good evening, everyone. I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time and the energy to provide information that is accurate, that is fact-based. It is very frustrating to hear the same misleading misinformation. And like I said earlier, I was a student of debate, and good refutation and argumentation is like a tennis match. There's a volley of ideas. And it really feels like you have been serving the ball and it's been taken from you and thrown out the window and a soccer ball's been replaced. It just doesn't feel like there has been good refutation on both sides. And so I just wanted to say I really appreciate the amount of time and energy that you have spent in providing information to the public. And I hope that comes across clearly, and I hope people have access to it quickly, and that they're able to understand what's really happening with our downtown. I believe your timeline is believable and understandable. I think it's accurate. To nitpick different items and say, oh, we could do them concurrently, maybe it just needs a little bit more explanation, because to me, it makes perfect sense that this would take a minimum of 4 years. And that's something that I don't know if our small businesses can afford. Just a second, what the previous speaker spoke on. And even if we were to nitpick that timeline, I think the point is quite obvious that if the city's plan is not approved, if the approved downtown plan is not passed, it's obviously going to take more time to do the opposite plan. So the contention that there's no delay is completely misleading. Affordable in general were words that were spoken earlier regarding the housing, and that does not match the guidelines of affordable housing, which is an actual criterion or a classification of the housing that's needed there. So to say, oh, they're affordable in general because these units are going to be priced a little bit less is just incredibly misleading. And I also think it's misleading to not put things to scale. I mean, to say that, oh, these are just suggestions. We suggested to have a soccer field, but then to not put that soccer field to scale doesn't make it an adequate suggestion. So, oh, and then I also wanted to speak on the idea of parking after hours that could be rented by the hotel. I don't know about you, but I've checked into a hotel not after hours. I've checked into a hotel at 4 p.m. and wanted to keep my car in the same spot for the duration of my stay, and that would not be an option. So to be able to make the claim that this parking is going to be better is also just frustrating to me. So thank you so much for what you're doing, and please keep up the good work.
Thank you, Ms. Felker. Thank you. Okay, that's it for my cards. I'm going to close the public comment and bring it back to the council. Councilor Coomber?
We'll start on the left side.
All right.
I frankly wish I knew where to start, quite honestly. What really annoys me more than anything is this seeming unspoken opposition to young people being able to get into housing, and workers that aren't retired from somewhere with a good pension and they can't get into housing. And that's the most distressing to me, that's where we're going all this. We went through this for a couple of years, going over and I think about the steering committee and the members of the steering committee from all facets of our community. And the results from the steering committee we're all in agreement and willing to move forward. And then all of a sudden it wasn't any good. We have speakers who aren't here. We have, things being read without being willing to show up. It's annoying to me, quite honestly, because we've gone through this for so long. I just want to get it started. I can hardly wait to get a shovel in the ground on that Presidio building down there. That's the most important thing to me right now, is that we support our downtown businesses, our wine businesses, that we make this place a destination. Not a place to retire, but a destination where people can come and enjoy the downtown as we do. I'll leave it at that.
Councilman Monroe?
I wanted to thank staff for very careful work in setting the context, providing the history, giving a sense of where the situation is now, a sense of where it will go forward, and doing the comparison that for what the work is that the city has done and what work would need to be redone should Measure P not pass and should the initiative pass. It was interesting to hear the questioning, the questioning back and forth around the hotel, because that really did bring out why anything, first of all, what it means to have a plan, what it means to have done the actual work of vetting it and of going forward. That's what was presented to us. We saw the work of several years of labor. I first saw this presented in 2018. It's now 2020, so that's 2 years. And that 2018 was following 2 more years. So we've now been 4 years that I've really been aware of it, and I know I came late to the game. So the idea that we could start over with something that's a bunch of zoning changes is, with partners that don't exist, but maybe would exist if things happen. It does not make sense to me. But you've heard me say this before. You've heard Councilmember Coomber say this before. You've heard every single person in this room who's sitting, well, not every single person, but almost every single person in the room who has spoken in public comment say their pieces again, or speak for someone else again. So I am concerned that there is, in this room anyway, not a narrative that it feels like a back and forth. So let me tell you a little bit about what happens when I go out in the community and I talk to people. What I get is a sense of confusion. And when I have good information, which I really want to thank you for giving me, when I have good information and can say, look, this was the timeline, this is who did what, people understand and they're less confused. It's really important as citizens that we stay engaged and that we understand where we are as we move forward. I don't appreciate confusion that is done to deceive. I appreciate good, solid facts, and I appreciate you for giving it to us.
Thank you. This side. Councilmember Carling.
So yeah, I agree with my colleagues. I appreciate the time and the energy that you all put into it, and I appreciate the comments from all the folks that spoke here tonight. One of the comments again was about how much money the city was going to make with this hotel on the west side, and I think I spoke to this at the last meeting. I'll just remind you that there are some givens in this, and that is, for example, the TOT tax, which is 8%, the number of rooms, which was stated was 160. I think we all know the number of days in a year, and we also know that it's for 30 years. So the two variables in this calculation are the room rate and the occupancy rate. And you don't have to be a fancy financial services organization in Oakland to adjust those numbers until you get $15 million over 30 years. So I don't understand why that keeps coming before us. And the other, I didn't want to sneeze at $500,000 a year to the city coffers, but how much is our annual general fund, Mr. City Manager?
$110 million.
So 500,000 is less than 5%, less than 0.5%. That's not chicken feed, but it's a small amount compared to what our general fund size is today. And I think that most people probably don't understand how large our general fund is and how little 500,000 would be adding to the coffers. There were a couple of points made that the report is old. Well, I don't think it's 4 years old. I think it's more like 3, but that's okay. And that things may have changed. Well, maybe. Comment was made about the retail. I would remind people we have empty storefronts today on First Street. So overbuilding retail is not going to serve anybody. So I think, again, I don't think that, despite the fact that the information may be 3 years old, of about 10 to 12,000 square feet, is not unreasonable compared to the 30,000 square feet in the initiative. So I think we have to be mindful of that. I think all of us up here want something that's going to be successful, and I guess none of us up here think that's something that we can't overbuild, is my point. I also find it interesting that there seems to be sometimes the messages from different folks supporting the initiative say what I view as contradictory things. One person said that the initiative was just suggestions, whereas another earlier letter was read where we didn't need 4 years because we already did an outreach. Well, which is it? Did we do the outreach, or are they just suggestions? If they're just suggestions, then I don't see how we could possibly not have another outreach process. So again, I think those things are contradictory. Also, if you look at the article that's going to be in the Independent coming up, it says on November 3rd, voters will choose which downtown plan they want. Again, that isn't true. The initiative is a rezoning of the downtown. And again, to the point made earlier by one of the supporters of the initiative, it's just suggestions. And so there is no plan to vote on November 3rd. In fact, I brought this up in front of Mr. Caskey at an open meeting, and he agreed with me that the initiative was a rezoning. It wasn't a plan. So again, my view is we're getting contradictory information from the people that are supporting the initiative. And I, again, like my colleagues previously, I applaud the staff for the hard work that they've done in providing the accurate and quantitative information that I think all of us need in making our decisions as we move forward. So thanks.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
A couple of things. I will agree with my colleagues here that what we see time and again is evidence for purposeful misinformation to spawn confusion so that nothing can happen. That's what this is. So what I find that personally just disgusting. But we're talking about the initiative and the plan and the referendum, and so I have some thoughts here. If you just bear with me for a second, I want to try and summarize a few things and then explore into some of the legal stuff a little bit. But with respect to the city's approved plan, we've got a solid basis for locating the 130-room upscale hotel on Livermore Avenue. That's what the focus was, on Livermore Avenue. A little dispute on which side or the other, but it was on Livermore Avenue, and we heard that reaffirmed. And we've also got the destination hotel is needed downtown for the benefit of the wine industry and the local merchants. Now, the rationale for the east side is pretty simple. We wanted it on Livermore Avenue. We also wanted to preserve Blacksmith Square, and then we've got that very valuable Stockman's Park deal on the west side. The only side left is the east side. This is not hard. Now, with respect to the November rezoning initiative, that, as we mentioned earlier, it attempts to prevent the hotel from being built on the east side of Livermore Avenue. That is what it's trying to do, along with destroying the opportunity for housing in the northwest corner. But this initiative, as we've heard, is being sold on the basis of a misleading drawing and false rhetoric and false promises that are unattainable. And we've seen that the drawing doesn't match the scale that's in the initiative. And then what really I think we've got to focus in on is a demonstrably false claim that there will be no delay compared to the east side. From the physical part of it alone, it's 4 years. But that doesn't start until after the legal issues. So what we have is, let's get this clear. We're talking about 1486, and we heard a letter read from Tamara Royce, and she's got incorrect assumptions about the ability of where the asset in the northwest corner is held. It's not held in any way that would allow the exemptions that she wants to hang her hat on. It's just wrong. The other thing is that we haven't talked about, I'll ask staff, is we have another bill, Senate Bill 330. The initiative in November is in conflict with that state law. It's in conflict. Now, how do you resolve that conflict? I'd like to ask the city attorney, what are we going to do? Let's assume the initiative were to pass. And we've got Senate Bill 330. What's going to happen?
So we're continuing our analysis of Senate Bill 330. One of the provisions in that particular bill says that it precludes the downzoning of property, whether by council action or initiative or referendum. So the question before the court would be, what law controls? Is initiative control, or has that authority to downzone been taken away through the initiative or referendum process?
So here, let me just point out, you hear that? There's very clear conflict in SB 330 of provision with the initiative. It prevents the downzoning. Now, the city attorney said it'll be for the court. Well, how do we get to court? Well, we're going to find out, right? Because after the initiative were to pass in November, then we're going to court. And then we're going to appellate court. And then we're going to the Supreme Court of California. This is not simple. This is not fast. This is years. Okay, and that's just on 330, on the initiative. We also have 1486. That was in Mr. Caskey's letter. Well, what's for somebody's 1486, and how does that connect up to the Constitution? I don't think there's anything unconstitutional in 1486. The initiative is now got a problem, and we're going to have to. It's a constitutional issue. 1486. There aren't any exceptions in there, and it's pretty clear that's we're going down the path for housing. But in any case, it's one thing for me to pontificate on it. It's another thing for the other side to pontificate on it. But this doesn't get solved by any of us saying this is what we believe. This gets solved in court. And I don't think there's anybody here who thinks going to the Supreme Court is going to happen quickly. And so we're not going to start the physical process of 4 years until after we're in court. For how long? I don't even know if I'd still be alive by the time we got through this. Okay? So with respect to the timeline, there's no way this happens quickly if we don't get a yes on P. So the yes on P vote was asked, what does that do? The yes on P locks in the zoning for the hotel for 30 years, which means it can get financed. It means we can get going. A no on P means we're now going to mess around until November. We'll have lots of other stuff going on. There'll be other initiatives. It'll be a mess in November. But what happens in November? A no vote in November means we don't have a problem because the initiative didn't pass and we don't have the problems with the state laws. If it does pass, then we're into that legal morass I just said, and we're not getting out of it anytime soon. So the bottom line for me is we got to vote yes on P to get us out of this and to stop the nonsense. That's the only way to stop it.
Again, thanks to the staff. There's a great visual showing what the actual what the drawing is and what the initiative is and how they do not agree. I thought it was interesting. One of the letters spoke about how quickly the city could move, and one of the dangerous phrases is, "Well, I believe." And that they believed that there could be concurrent activities. Although what we heard tonight from staff is that some of these things, for example, the L Street Garage and the hotel, are mutually exclusive. And that during the construction, there would be over 300 spaces deficit, which is in conflict with the number one priority that we heard from the public was more parking. And they're mutually exclusive, the direct conflict. The same letter talked about the relevance of the East versus West. That narrative ignores that the preferred location for the hotel was on South Livermore. It wasn't L Street. It wasn't Railroad. It was the preferred location was South Livermore. Now, people can say, but west of South Livermore. Well, Dom's is west of South Livermore. But the key was that it had to be on South Livermore. Yeah, west or east, but as the Vice Mayor pointed out, the community also wanted to save Blacksmith Square. And that was the original location for a West Side hotel. But this community spoke up and they didn't want Blacksmith Square destroyed. So, as was pointed out, west or east side goes on the east side. Oh, that's why the west side of the Bankhead is stucco and not brick, is because it was always understood that that's where the hotel was going to go. on the west side of the bankhead. Unfortunately, the gentleman that spoke about the how this is going to be bringing in all this extra money from the Wildan and Associates. Well, it's interesting because on page 29 of the Downtown Catalyst Sites Alternative Evaluation, it states that the annual operational deficit for the West Side Hotel was $467,000, and yet we're being assured that there's $500,000 to the good. Well, that's so we're about $33,000, which is kind of in the noise. But on the other hand, we heard tonight that maybe the city would be required to build the parking for the hotel. Maybe the hotelier might lease whatever they need. Maybe not. But on the other hand, if the city has to build the parking for the hotel, what's the debt service on that? What's our bonding limitation? And then what does that do for the rest of the capital programs that we need to do in the city? How does that affect that? So we're maybe $33,000 to the good, but depending on the debt service of the parking that the city apparently has to build. But then again, this community is being told compare and decide, but yet we aren't really being given a fair comparison, because we just saw that this 6,000 square foot building may actually be a 15,000 square foot footprint or a 30,000 square foot footprint. But then again, it may actually be multiple stories, but it can't be more than 3 stories because a previous referendum said it can't be over 3 stories. So we really can't compare with the information that we're being given, because the city has an approved downtown plan, and we're trying to compare that to a drawing that doesn't match the initiative. And that goes back to another letter that was read tonight. The information should be made clear to the voters. That's a really interesting statement, because the voters were told that this referendum was about a larger park. And as I've said multiple times and from this seat, in the 58 pages of the referendum, the word park is not used once. So for somebody to say the information should be made clear to the voters, well, this very referendum was based on the fact that the information was not clear to the voters. The voters were told this was about a larger park. What this is about, it's about a development agreement for a hotel, to place the hotel on South Livermore Avenue, which is what we heard from 78% of the residents, that the hotel should be on South Livermore Avenue. So we've made this very clear. The hotel is supposed to be on South Livermore Avenue. We heard that from the majority of the public, that we don't know. We've been told the parking is going to be more convenient with the Central Park plan, but now tonight we've heard that they don't really know where the parking is going to be. So we have a plan, an approved plan, compared to a fantasy and an idea that maybe based on what other people believe. I thought of an analogy this morning, that it's like we're on a really nice yacht, and somebody's saying, you know what, there's a nicer yacht coming along, so why don't you jump out of the water and wait for this really, really nice yacht. It's going to be more convenient and better, and it's coming. We can't tell you when they're going to finish building it or if it's ever going to get built, but it's coming. You know what? We've got an approved plan based on thousands of people that respond to that plan, or as was demonstrated here at the council meeting, we have a drawing that received input from 2 people versus thousands of residents from the city of Livermore, versus an idea of a referendum that doesn't match the drawing that is developed by 2 people. And you know what? I go with what I heard from the Livermore residents who stepped up by the thousands to respond to create this plan with a hotel on South Livermore Avenue that was vetted, that we've been open every step of the way. Public hearings, public workshops, there weren't any of those with the drawing. We heard tonight the signs are being. I spent last weekend putting up signs. I come back from Washington, D.C., 80% of the signs are down, but remarkably, there are no signs everywhere. I don't think that's a coincidence. But I want everybody to get the factual information out. Why is the other side afraid of letting people see both sides of the argument? Their own signs say compare and decide, but yet apparently they don't want people to compare because they're taking down the signs which allow people to make that comparison. And we just heard tonight that they don't really have anything to compare. And what they do have to compare is false because their building footprints actually encroach on their hotel or encroach on Stockman Park. So we have an approved plan that was based on what we heard from this community. And I would encourage people, yes, compare and decide, but please compare the facts. And you can go to the city website and see what the facts are. But that's not a drawing that's a fantasy in somebody's head that promises something better, but yet they can't even tell you where their parking is or who's going to be building their parking. Or what we've demonstrated tonight is that they're going to have 300 fewer parking spaces in the downtown. So yes, look at the facts, compare, and decide. And decide between an approved plan and a drawing. So again, thank you to the staff for doing a tremendous amount of work on this. And I think that this is a good step to getting the facts out there. And I sincerely appreciate that. Further comments from the council? Vice Mayor?
Just one. I mean, it comes back to it. We can't understate the importance of the legal issues. They're talking about comparing and deciding, and I agree with everything you just said. It's fantasy on the one side that they have, and it's false information they're spreading. But to me, with what I understand of the legal issues at this point, it's moot. We're going to go to housing in the northwest corner. There isn't any way to get a hotel there. So let's, and even if there were a legal way to get there, it's going to take years and years of appellate court and Supreme Court decisions. There's no way to get this done quickly on the west side.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We had a good discussion. Thank you very much. And so with that, we've gone to 11 o'clock. So I will ask the indulgence of the council. Shall we vote to finish out the agenda? We only have 7.01 left. Or do you want? Is there any additional direction that we need to provide staff? I think we got a lot of really good information there. Okay, thank you. So can I get an amen on 7.01? Okay, all right. So we're going to committee reports and matters initiated. Councilmember Coomer.
Well, I just have, considering last month and this month, I've got a couple of meetings, and my notes are in my dead tablet here, who died just before the meeting. May it rest in peace, but all my notes rested in peace as well. So me rely on the vice mayor to help me out with my LAVTA meetings. You got to do that, yeah.
All right.
So here we are at 11 o'clock giving reports on what we've been doing that's not dealing with downtown. And sure enough, it's pretty much empty. So it's been a couple of months. And so I'm going to just sort of skip through a few things, a few topics. Middle of December, I attended the opening of Maynison Park, which was fantastic. So that's a shout out to LARPD, but also it's just way fun to play there. And I would encourage everyone to go with or without children and play at Maynison. It's an area of town that really needed an update, and it was a wonderful update. I'm glad to have been able to be there. We've heard a lot about homelessness this evening. You know, this is a topic that's of great concern. Once again, we've spent a long time talking about the location of a hotel, not a long time talking about what we're doing with homelessness, which fortunately we're actually doing quite a bit with. On December 5th, I moderated a panel on homelessness at Congregation Beth Emick in Pleasanton. This is a model for informing the community about, in this case it was Pleasanton. It was a combination of our city staff, Pleasanton city staff, and some of our nonprofit partners, talking about what's going on and what private citizens can do. December 10th, along with this is old because it still says Vice Mayor Carling with Councilmember Carling. We looked at the tiny homes at the Crosswinds Church site and as one option for transitional housing. And I'm going to let you take that away in your report because I know you've got more to say on that. Then on January 21st, as you heard me allude to already, the Homelessness Subcommittee meeting in which city staff presented options going forward, which we are still exploring. So it's really hard to get funding for transitional housing. I urge anyone who has ideas for that to come forward. We're looking at the state, we're looking at the county, but if anyone's got a spare few $1 million lying around, come see us. We'll find a use for it. East Bay Community Energy Choice, our community choice aggregator. I met with them on December 18th and January 22nd. We're really looking at two big topics there. One is to how to get energy in what form. That means until community choice aggregators can generate their own carbon neutral energy, they have to buy from somewhere, which typically is PG&E. So the question is what kind of energy to buy. I'm not entirely sure how this works because I think electrons are electrons, but anyway. So that was one big discussion. And then the second, and with the goal being to get to carbon neutral production. Then the second problem is that in this coming year, the contract, the PCIA, which is effectively like a mortgage, will go up. It's like it's not the fixed rate, it's the variable rate mortgage. So that's going to be an interesting issue going forward. So those are the topics there. On January 23rd, so last Thursday, I was in Sacramento at the Public Policy Committee, Transportation Communications, which means cell phones, and Public Works Committee, looking at public policy there. Some of the goals that committee will be looking at is affordable housing, homelessness, fiscal sustainability, community and disaster preparedness, and mass transportation. That got a rousing support. And then finally, so that's what I've been to. This morning, I attended the MLK breakfast in Pleasanton. That's not from MLK Day because that was last week. It's
the annual Dr. Martin Luther King breakfast.
It was a breakfast, yeah.
The word's breakfast.
Along with Mayor Marchand. at which Tri-Valley Haven was honored. The stories that we heard there, again, were around homelessness. A speaker from Bananas, the founder of Bananas, spoke. Again, it speaks to where we can put our time, where we can put our energy. I also wanted to speak to the fact that today marks 75 years of the liberation of Auschwitz and Holocaust International Memorial Day. 1.3 million people were sent there, 1.1 million were killed, almost all of them Jews. And I just want to remind everyone that Auschwitz did not begin with gas chambers. It began with a populist leader scapegoating convenient groups for his country's dire problems. This is something that can happen anywhere, anytime. So I'd like to mark this moment with the words of Elie Wiesel, in which he says, "I swore never to be silent whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation. We must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented."
Thank you. Councilmember Carling.
Thank you. So in December, I had a couple of Stop Waste meetings that I participated in. Then in January, we had the, on January 7th, we had the badge pinning for the new fire chief, Jeff Peters, for serving the Livermore Pleasanton Fire Department. On the 8th, we had the Livermore hosted the Mayor's Conference, so I participated in that. On January 9th, I had another Stop Waste meeting. On the 15th, Community Monitor committee meeting. I think Councilmember Monroe mentioned on the 21st, we had a homeless meeting with staff here. On the 22nd, I had another Stop Waste meeting that I'm going to come back to. And then on the 23rd, the city started a virtual farmers market at the library every Thursday at 4 o'clock, and I participated in that. Going back to Stop Waste, at the last city council meeting, the 5 of us discussed a reusable foodware ordinance that Stop Waste was proposing, and recall that at that time they were talking about either a countywide ordinance or a model ordinance. Well, after our discussion up here, or during that same sort of period of time, Stop Waste rethought those two options and added a third, and that was to conduct a pilot program to develop more data around what might work best for communities in Alameda County. And that's actually what we ended up deciding to do amongst the jurisdictions, the 13-ish, well, there's 2 other sanitary districts that are part of this Stop Waste. But anyway, the point is that we're actually going to run, Stop Waste is going to run a pilot program where they get volunteers, and that is restaurants, that might be interested in volunteering to participate in this. And I've talked to the city manager about this. I think we're going to go ahead and at least offer our assistance if Stop Waste is interested, and we'll go from there to see what kind of a effort would be required. Because I know Berkeley is already Berkeley and Alameda, the city of Alameda, have already got some programs underway, and I think I'd like to have the east side of the county represented as well as the west side. So that would be my point. And I also see this as should be part of our climate action plan. I assume that it will be as we move forward, but I think this is at least another element of how we can address climate change. The last thing I want to talk about is homelessness. And so to Councilmember Monroe's point, she and I, as well as Christine Martin, had a visit with Crosswinds and saw the small houses that you may have seen that were being assembled at Crosswinds out on the freeway. Those small houses have now been moved to the Presbyterian Church in Hayward, where they will be installed. And they also invited me or they invited any of us actually, to participate with them as they take a contingent of people to Austin, Texas, to see what they're doing in Austin for commons as well as small homes and trailers that they've now implemented there for the homeless. So I'm actually signed up to go the end of February with them to visit that particular facility and learn more about that. I also went to Wheels on the 18th with a woman that's very much involved with collecting donations to buy the homeless bus tickets and passes on the Wheels buses. And one of the things that we were concerned about was that the bus passes then, at that point, were for 24 hours. Yes, but the 24 hours had to be all in one day. And so we asked the representative at Wheels if we couldn't change that to 24 hours starting from the time it was used for the first time. And they've actually been able to do that and make that change. So I thought that was really a terrific outcome from that meeting. I think there's more to do that we could do to help those that use Wheels or the buses in a more efficient way. But I thought that was a very positive outcome for that meeting. I also met on the 18th with CityServe, and the point in meeting with CityServe was to ask for them to give me a sense of the process in terms of the safe parking program. And so they did that. That was very helpful, at least for me, to understand that particular point of view. On January 11th, I made another trip with Dave Halbert, the mayor of Dublin, out to the encampment and met with some folks that I met with previous visit there back some weeks ago. And just again, some thoughts from that meeting. There are some people that need immediate help. I mean, I think we've all thought about from the short, medium, and long term, and we certainly, with safe parking and some of the other programs we put in place with the HEAP funds, I think we address some of the short-term issues, but I think there is also people out there that need immediate help, and I've been concerned that we have really limited resources in terms of helping those people that are just in very, very bad shape. And so that's something that has been on my mind. The Commons has come up again, and I think that's something we need to continue to focus on. Storage lockers, I had a better sense of what these folks might be interested in, so that's again something that I'll pass on to staff as we move this forward. Again, there was a sense of loss of dignity, and I think they're just asked, the folks out there again that I met with, just asked to be respected as human beings by everybody. They know that they're homeless. They don't have to be constantly reminded about that, and I think, again, just being treated with dignity would be a big step forward. They also pointed out that they thought we need to develop a relationship with Zone 7 because the creek out there, or the arroyo, is getting horribly polluted. And again, I know the Zone 7 representatives visited with us early on in the homeless committee process, and I think we need to move that forward. The last thing I'll just bring up is that sometimes some of the homeless out there get conflicting information from people in authority that come out and see them. So I don't know exactly how to have a consistent message for those folks, but I think we just need to recognize that they do get conflicting information from people that they see as authority figures from the city or the county, and if there's ways that we can address that, I think it would be helpful for them as well as making a consistent story from ourselves. So thanks very much.
Vice Mayor Warner?
Yeah, it has been a while since we've done this. I've been attending, various meetings from all the different committees you graciously reappointed me to. So I won't go through every one in detail and just mention a couple that are interesting. On the Altamont Open Space Committee, we're making progress on rating all the parcels that are in that are possibilities for us to acquire. And that was one of the things that the Open Space Committee was supposed to do in its initial charter. We're working with professors at the University of California, Berkeley, to rate all of the parcels and then to have a convenient user interface so we can see all the layers and see what are the priorities. So we're on our way to getting a list of the sites that we in priority order. Been to a couple of meetings with LDI and just saw what's going on with that organization. They're getting their plans together for the coming year, and they've got to work hard to achieve that. Went to the Chamber of Commerce and swore in the new board members and the new chairman. Went to the couple of meetings on the San Joaquin Regional Rail Authority, but I'll let the mayor cover that. The thing I would note with respect to wheels, several meetings and making good progress along a lot of fronts. But the thing that some of you may have noticed in there's a recent newspaper article about how transit agencies in general are losing ridership across the Bay Area, maybe across the country. But in contrast, Wheels is gaining. So I think that's pretty outstanding. And we've got a great staff there, and they're working hard, and it's working out. So it's notable that what's going on there. Another one went to the mayor's favorite thing, which is the water board, but he was in Washington. But the interesting thing there is there's some evolving detectability for these things. I don't know how to pronounce it because I'm a
perfluorooctane sulfonate.
There you go. And it's bad stuff.
PFAS and PFAS.
But basically, it comes from for fire retardants and other things. It's all over the place. But it is some detectability within the groundwater here, measuring all the different wells and beginning to deal with it. But nothing for alarm, but it is just an example of they do monitor the water quality, and we'll see more later on that. The last thing I'll mention is that in the role of the liaison to LVPAC board, I've been trying to get a meeting with the board, have not been successful. I did meet with board members, but they don't want to have a board meeting in which I can attend. But I did write a second letter saying, I think it's very important that we talk about the new state legislation, because this is, and I've got the letter written. I understand it might even be put in the Independent, but I have sent a copy to all the council members here, and I'm not going to read the letter. But what I want to point out is it very clearly tells the LVPAC board members this state legislation is serious, that there's a real possibility that we can get no hotel downtown if things go sideways, and maybe they ought to think about whether they want a hotel downtown at all, because most people I've heard, and even the executive director that was formerly there, said a hotel would be good, and even said that the hotel should be next to the bankhead. But now, because of the state legislation and all the stuff we've got going on here, we could be in a situation where no hotel happens downtown, and because of some other things that are going on and the trend in the legislation, we could end up with a 6 to 8 story apartment building next to the bankhead. So none of what the initiative is trying to attempt to do could happen, and a lot of bad stuff could happen. So the words that I've got basically are the initiative is futile and dangerous, and that the LVPAC board should think about it and decide whether they're going to step up.
Okay, thank you. On the January 8th, I attended the Valley Link meeting that was here in Livermore. One of the things that came out was there was an information item that the EIR costs are going to be allocated 75% to Alameda County, 25% to San Joaquin County. That's the EIR costs. Now, as far as construction costs, there's going to be more discussion on that because modeling shows there could be up to 90% of the ridership could be coming from San Joaquin County. And so considering that a large portion of the capital cost is widening the freeway through 580 between Greenville and Dublin, Pleasanton, BART, there are those that want those costs allocated to Alameda County because that's a major portion of the cost. However, it could also be allocated by ridership based on the percentage of ridership that's actually going to be using the Valley Link, or also the miles. Because, for example, about 12 miles are in Alameda County and about 30 miles are in San Joaquin County. So there's a variety of different things, and that's a battle that we're probably going to be having within the next couple of meetings. On the 12th of January, there was a service day by Iglesia Ni Cristo, where they invited members of the community. They did blood sugar testing, blood pressure, they had eyeglasses giveaways. So a lot of community service at that event. That was at Lawrence Elementary School. On the 13th, I attended the Alameda County Transportation Commission. We had the 580 Express Lane Committee meeting. We're averaging 33,000 trips in the HOV lanes every month. The speed differential is 25 miles an hour. So far this fiscal year, it's brought in $5.77 million. 49% of the trips are on the HOV lanes and are free, and because they're a high occupancy vehicle. And another interesting stat is that 4% of the roads in Alameda County account for 60% of the collisions. So let's start focusing on that 4%. We also had the Planning and Policy Committee meeting. Now, everybody talks about that there's a housing crisis in California, housing crisis in Alameda County, but a crisis is going to change people's behavior. They're going to do it differently. In 2018, the South Bay and the Peninsula added 5 jobs per every housing unit. So that tells me that no, it's situation normal. It's just everybody's keeping doing the same thing they've always done. On the 17th, I attended a ribbon cutting at Lineage. That's a new winery experience by Stephen Kent. Let me back up a little bit to ACT. This is a really unfortunate juxtaposition. But back to the ACTC express lanes. Have we ever used rubberized asphalt? We have?
Yes.
Okay, because it's a presentation that's quieter and it holds up very well. So, but it had nothing to do with the Lineage and the opening of the new winery tasting room. So I swore in the Livermore Downtown Inc. board this afternoon. So they're fired up to continue to do great things in the downtown. And finally, I understand that Bob Allen passed away. Bob Allen was a stalwart. He was a member of the BART board for a number of years, a tremendous train enthusiast, and really lived his faith because he was always out at the community service day. He was always active, frequently came to the meetings of the Valley Link, and when we were talking about BART to Livermore, Bob Allen is the one that, when the city council voted to put BART in the downtown, and to be honest, 90% of the people that came to this council meeting, these very chambers, spoke in favor of BART in the downtown. And it later turned out that that was a very carefully orchestrated campaign of misinformation to give the council the impression that the community supported BART in the downtown. Bob Allen recognized the subterfuge, and he initiated a referendum in the downtown to put BART on the freeway, and it was very successful. He got he got the signatures to do this and presented it to the council, and the council voted to put it on the freeway. And that was a very contentious issue for the 2011 election. And Bob Allen championed that cause. So this community owes Bob Allen a debt of gratitude for his service to this community in multiple ways. And the last time I saw Bob Allen, he spoke at the Valley Link meeting on the 8th, and talked about the importance of parking and a shuttle to get people to BART. And when I attended his service, which was this last Saturday, they explained that he was ill for some time and that he was in hospice and that he disappeared. He escaped from hospice for several hours and they couldn't find him. He was at our meeting of Valley Link on the 8th. So he escaped from hospice, came to make his comments at our meeting, and then when he was satisfied, then the meeting concluded and he left. But he was a stalwart warrior for transit right up until the very end. And with that, I would like to adjourn this meeting in honor and memory of Bob Allen, really a transportation champion. So with that, thank you very much.